Chapter 228. The ships all docked. The giant shark gang elites did not have their curses removed, so they could only stay at the Central State docks. It was not convenient for them to disembark, so Chu Tian brought the 5 family brothers into the city. The Central State Army's triumphant return naturally caused a stir in Central State. Although what happened in Thunder State had not reached Central State yet, with the return of these soldiers, the news would quickly spread. Chu Tian would be in the limelight again, and his image would rise to another level. After all, what the 3 marquises could not do was done by Chu Tian. Saving the citizens of Thunder State was a great merit. The changes in Central State City were very large. The city's main streets were all equipped with electric lights, and the public places were built with broadcasting towers. As long as one walked into the square or the busy commercial street, they would be able to hear beautiful music. All of this greatly enriched the lives of the Central State citizens. These were all changes brought by Miracle Commerce. Chu Tian was even more surprised that many Central State citizens had a strange black piece of equipment. It was around 1.5 feet long and weighed around 10 pounds. This piece of equipment released the sound of Miracle Commerce's broadcasting station. Is this a portable radio? This must be the young Miss masterpiece. The radios and phonographs Chu Tian made were large and heavy, so they couldn't be carried around. The young Miss Meng Qinggu had always wanted to improve them. Chu Tian had taken out a mechanical technique book from the trial tower, and the young miss had personally translated it for Tong Xiaoyu. Then she had studied with Tong Xiaoyu how to change the size of the equipment. They had only been there for a week, and they had already made a finished product. This efficiency was not bad. The portable radio was 1/8 of the size of a normal radio. Although the signal reception was a bit weaker and the speaker was a bit weaker, it greatly increased the portability and made radios more popular. Chu Tian establishing a research institute was a very wise decision. He was only responsible for the core technology. As for testing and improving it, that was all for the research institute to do. This is Central State City. It's much more prosperous than 20 years ago. Boss Yu's 5 brothers stepped on the solid ground and walked on the streets of Central State City. The city gave them a strange feeling, as if it was a lifetime ago, and there was a feeling of tears filling their eyes. Over 20 years. An entire 20 years. How many 20 years did a person have? This was the first time he swaggered through the streets of Central State City. Now that everything was finally over, a brand new life was about to begin. The 5 of them stood in front of the small castle-like headquarters of Miracle Commerce. They were once again shocked by the wealth of Miracle Commerce. This kind of sturdy and imposing headquarters was not something a normal person could possess. A beautiful woman in white came out to welcome him. Eldest Miss, Eldest Miss. Chu Tian walked into the Miracle Commerce headquarters and immediately shouted without any embarrassment, "Long time no see, I really missed you to death." You seem to have gotten fatter." Meng Qingwu spat. "I'm busy with the Chamber of Commerce and the Research Institute. How could I have gained weight? Don't talk nonsense." "Really?" Chu Tian stared at eldest Miss seriously, his eyes sweeping over her chest and buttocks. "You've really gained weight." "Ouch!" Meng Yingying's little hand fiercely pinched Chu Tian, and then she threw herself at the young miss. "Elder sister, Yingying also misses you. Is Thunder State still good? The people of Thunder State are too pitiful. I really don't know what to do when we meet this kind of disaster." "Silly girl, don't say such inauspicious words." Meng Qingwu knew that her little sister was shocked, but she was also confused. "Why did you come back so quickly?" "Hi, it wasn't a big matter. Sir Chu Tian, personally came out. How could it not be easy?" How could Meng Qingwu not know this fellow's personality? Could the words he said be trusted? but it was good that it was solved, so there was no need to worry. When Meng Qingwu wanted to ask about the situation, she suddenly saw 5 people dressed strangely. These 5 are... You're talking about them? Chu Tian did not seem to care, as he said. They were brought from the countryside and haven't seen much of the world, but they have a lot of brothers under them. They are prepared to work for Miracle Commerce and the young miss. Boss Yu and the others revealed awkward expressions. What did he mean by brought from the countryside? Who was this girl? Wasn't Chu Tian the head of Miracle Commerce? Why did he keep calling her the young miss? It was truly strange. What are you still staring at? Chu Tian pointed at Meng Qingwu. This great beauty is the vice chairman and the person in charge of Miracle Commerce. Whether the giant shark gang can do well in the future will depend on her support. Boss Yu and the others trembled as they quickly cupped their hands to Meng Qingwu. Greetings, Vice Chairman. Chu Tian continued to say, not only is the young Miss Chess big, she is also very smart. Following her will not be a bad thing. If you keep acting like this, I'm going to get angry. Meng Qingwu's cheeks turned hot. Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. This one is Meng Qingwu. I hope that senior will take care of me. Chu Tian revealed an embarrassed smile. Boss Yu, didn't I tell you to copy the cultivation technique? Take it out for the young miss to see, and you'll know that I'm not lying. The young miss is a cultured person. Boss Yu revealed a look of joy and gave Second Old Yu a look. Second Old Yu placed the shark skin bag on the ground and took out a thick scroll. He respectfully placed it in front of Meng Qingwu. I asked the vice chairman to take a look. If you can decipher the contents, the giant shark gang will be filled with gratitude. Meng Qingwu could feel that these people were not normal, not to mention that Chu Tian had personally brought them back to headquarters. How could they be ordinary people? She immediately opened the scroll and looked over it. She knit her brows and felt a slight pain in her head. The strange words suddenly became familiar, and Meng Qingwu read it in the sea race's language. Ah, you can really decipher it. The vice chairman is a true genius. The 5 brothers were filled with excitement. Nonsense. Don't you see that you're the vice chairman of Miracle Commerce? Chu Tian waved his hand at the 5 of them. Leave the cultivation technique here, and I'll give it to you after deciphering it. You can leave first. Nangong, Ying, bring them to see Miracle Commerce's invention, as well as take a look at the Yunsex Research Center and Qilin Hall. All right. Meng Ying and Nangong Yun brought the 5 Yu family brothers away. The 5 brothers wanted to take a look around and personally see Miracle Commerce's abilities. After all, the giant shark gang would have to rely on Miracle Commerce for a long time, so they could take this chance to understand Miracle Commerce's potential and foundation. It would be good for their hearts to be prepared. Meng Qingwu rolled her eyes at him. With your skills, you can even decipher this cultivation technique, but you're giving this favor to me. It seems like these people are very important. Young Miss is too serious. I just find it troublesome. After Chu Tian said this, he suddenly stopped smiling. Has anything happened recently? Central State City is very calm, and the 3 great families have not shown any signs of making a move. When Meng Qingwu said this, her black brows slightly knit, but the more it is like this, the more uneasy my heart is. This is a good chance, but the 3 great families are still so calm. This means that they already have other plans. Perhaps they are preparing to make a big move. Other than that, I've found a few clues. What is it? The elites of the 3 great families are being called back. Although it is very secretive, it was still discovered by me. They are calling back their elites. Perhaps they are preparing a storm. It's fine if they don't make a move this time, but once they do, it will be a life and death battle. The three great families did not have enough energy or patience to test Miracle Commerce's bottom line. They would definitely place their hopes on this last gamble. It's been hard on the young miss. Chu Tian revealed a faint smile and did not place it in his heart. They are secretly gathering their strength, and we are also steadily becoming stronger. The speed at which we grow will far surpass their imagination. Not to mention anything else, just those 5 country bumpkins are enough to make the 3 great families suffer. It's best if they don't make a move, but if they do, we'll counterattack. Counterattack? Such big words. Miracle Commerce had developed to this point. Although it had become the 5th great power, it had the support of the Yun sect and Chu Tian's fame. It was even better than the 3 great families. But with the 3 great families working together, Miracle Commerce did not have the confidence to win. Chu Tian had just come back from Thunder State, and he had this kind of big words. Those 5 strange people, they were not simple at all. Chu Tian then asked, "How is Miracle Commerce's development?" Meng Qinggu seemed to be very familiar with the situation of the company's development. Everything was going smoothly now. Miracle Commerce had developed 23-dimensional manufacturing factories, and their current production had greatly increased. The South Sky City's production line was gradually being pushed to the side, and they were only beginning to develop into a battery manufacturing base. Central State had become the company's main production base. Our products will have an explosive growth, and the 10 canned food factories will be completed soon. We will be purchasing large amounts of demon beast meat and other ingredients, and we will be opening 5 more large restaurants in the city. Meng Qinggu was very excited because the company's development was too fast. Central State City is gradually becoming Miracle Commerce's industrial base. The newly established Yun sect research facility is performing very well, and the pay-to-channel technology has already been completed. Meng Qinggu was also leading some new research. For example, the improvement of the radio and phonograph. Meng Qinggu invested 10 million gold coins and created a design department in the Yun sect. She hired several talented people with high salaries and made Tong Xiaoyu the head of the design department. The design department was not even completed yet. In just a few short days, the radio and phonograph had been successfully improved. Meng Qinggu was prepared to continue improving and combine the radio and phonograph into one. She had even thought of a name for the new product, the magnetic recording machine. She would make the radio and broadcast function appear on a portable device. Whether it was the radio or phonograph, the structure was not complicated. It mainly consisted of an outer shell, a magnetic sound stone, a source energy battery, and several source energy arrays. Because the structure was very simple, it was not hard to combine the two. Meng Qinggu believed that it would only take a few days to complete. Chu Tian nodded. Not bad. There is only one thing that is not going well. Meng Qinggu knit her brows and said, "Even now, we still haven't bought all the materials needed to refine the sacred pill. What's going on? It must be the 3 great families obstructing us. They have more channels than us, and we can't buy these materials on the market, so we can only shelve the sacred pill. These fellows clearly don't want me to improve." At this time, Yunyao rushed in. "Have you heard?" Chu Tian's head was filled with confusion. "Heard what?" Yunyao said with a serious expression. "The Chu family knows that you've returned to Central State City, so they have officially issued you a challenge." "Oh, when?" "Tomorrow at noon." Meng Qingwu's beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of anger. Did the Chu family not care about their last bit of integrity? On one side, they announced that Chu Xinghe would challenge Chu Tian, giving Chu Tian time to break through. On the other side, they did something behind the scenes, not giving Chu Tian a chance to refine the sacred pill. Now that Chu Xinghe had recovered from his injuries, and Chu Tian had returned to the city. While Shen Fenghe was not there, they directly issued a challenge to Chu Tian. What will come will come. Help me pass the message. Chu Tian had a serious expression. I, Chu Tian, accept the challenge. Chapter 229. The Chu family headquarters. 800 Chu family swordsmen were standing in an orderly manner in the courtyard. He was wearing a dark red light leather armor and a black cloak. His left hand was holding a sword, and his right knee was on one knee. He wore a tight black mask, revealing only a pair of eyes that shone brightly. This was a team that was as sharp as a knife. In front of the 800 silent swordsmen stood a middle-aged man. He was the head of the Chu family, Chu Shanha. Chu Shanha looked at the 800 swordsmen in the courtyard and couldn't help but sigh. The 800 most elite people of the family were the foundation of the family. They were scattered all over the country, secretly protecting the family's businesses. However, in just a week, they had all been urgently called back by the family head. The Chu family had not made such a big move in the past few decades. This was an important operation that concerned the prosperity of the Chu family. A hale and hearty old man with a sharp gaze walked out. On his back was a treasured sword that reeked of blood. It was the great elder of the Chu family. Chu Shi, is everyone here? Chu Shanha cupped his hands towards Chu Shi. Miracle Commerce's Meng Qingwu's methods are not simple. It took a lot of effort to hide from her eyes, but now everyone is here. Chu Shi didn't care about Meng Qingwu. This woman has some ability in running the company, but that's all she can do. The stronger Chu Tian is, the stronger she is, and the stronger Miracle Commerce is. However, once we get rid of Chu Tian, Miracle Commerce won't be a problem, and she won't be a threat anymore. 800 Chu family elites had gathered to take drastic measures. Chu Shanha frowned and said, "Are we really going to choose this time to have a decisive battle with Miracle Commerce? The current Miracle Commerce isn't the same as before. Not only is its influence spreading quickly, but it also has the support of the people in the city. Because of this, we should make a move earlier. Miracle Commerce will become a power that we can't fight against sooner or later. We can't wait for that day to come. Therefore, we should take advantage of this chance to swallow up Miracle Commerce in one fell swoop. The family will once again grow stronger. Otherwise, we will completely sink. This is a life and death battle for the rise and fall of the Chu family." Chu Shanha's expression turned solemn. Yes, Chu Shi's expression became more and more serious. Now is the best time. First, Shen Fenghe would have to report to Wangcheng, and Chu Tian would have one less powerful backer. Secondly, according to the urgent report from Thunder State, Chu Tian has made a great contribution in Thunder State. His reputation will definitely rise again. At that time, it will be even more difficult to make a move against him. We need to take advantage of this matter before it spreads. What? Did he do something great in Thunder Province? Chu Shanha was a bit stunned, but then he said with a bit of hesitation, "Like this, the calm martial ruler might reward Chu Tian. If we make a move against him now, wouldn't we offend the calm martial ruler? Even if he offended Shen Fenghe, he could not offend the calm martial ruler. The three monarchs were not people that local clans could contend against." Chu Shi shook his head. "You don't need to worry about this. The reward has not been given yet, and I've been a retainer of the Dongfang family. As long as we bribe a few people from the Dongfang family, they will speak up for us in Wangcheng. Not to mention that Chu Tian will die on the battlefield under Xinghe's sword. The calm martial ruler will definitely notice Xinghe's talent. With the calm martial ruler's personality, losing a Chu Tian is already unrecoverable. He will not lose another Chu Xinghe." Did this mean they still had to rely on Chu Xinghe to understand. At this time, a messenger from the Chu family quickly came to reporting to the family head and great elder, Miracle Commerce has officially responded. Chu Tian will accept the challenge tomorrow. Good. Too good. They had seen through Chu Tian's personality. This person truly had talent and potential, but he was too arrogant. Chu Tian straightforwardly accepted the challenge, so things naturally became much easier. Because the three great families had sealed off the materials, Chu Tian did not have enough money to buy the materials, so he could not refine a saint pill. If he did not have the help of the saint pill, he could not break through to the illustrious soul realm in this short period of time. If he fought with his void soul realm strength, Chu Tian would not have any chance of winning. Chu Shi said, "Tell this news to Xinghe and take a look at his current situation." "No need to trouble yourself. I already know." A cold voice came from the back courtyard. Following this, a power erupted like a volcano suddenly coming from the room. Several hundred flying swords flew into the sky, shattering the roof. Just like a peacock spreading its tail, it suddenly bloomed. Countless swords interweaved together, forming the shape of a lotus. A young man filled with an unparalleled aura and sharpness was currently standing in the center of this lotus. A golden flood dragon surrounded him, releasing a strong might that illuminated the entire Chu family. Chu Xinghe, the Chu family members revealed looks of wild joy. Chu Xinghe had finally come out of seclusion. Chu Xinghe had completely recovered, and his aura became even sharper. The Chu family members were filled with excitement. That unparalleled, heavenly sword young master had returned. Chu Shanhe and Chu Shi revealed looks of satisfaction. Not only had Chu Xinghe recovered from his injuries, he had also become even stronger. His cultivation had broken through the peak fourth awakened soul layer and reached the fifth awakened soul layer. Not only that, Chu Xinghe's Imperial Flood Dragon Transformation Art had also reached the perfection realm. The current Chu Xinghe was several times stronger than when he was in the trial tower. There was no doubt, if Chu Xinghe used his full strength, he would not be weaker than his father Chu Shanhe. Chu Xinghe was young, but he already had the qualifications to compete with the older generation in the true soul realm. After breaking, he would be reborn from the flames. Chu Xinghe had become even stronger. Chu Shi broke out in laughter. Xinghe is already this strong. The day of him becoming a marquis is just around the corner. First we'll kill that brat Chu Tian and step on his corpse to reach a higher position. Chu Xinghe slowly descended. Chu Xinghe was very clear on Chu Tian's strength. Even if this fellow was a monstrous talent, he could not have improved that much in such a short period of time. Even if Chu Xinghe had stagnated for many days, he would not lose to Chu Tian. Not to mention that Chu Xinghe was not the same as before. The current Chu Xinghe, not to mention Central State. Even if it was the younger generation geniuses of the 8 states, how many of them could catch his eye? Chu Xinghe was not even 30 years old yet. Even the Southern Summer 8 marquises did not have Chu Xinghe's strength when they were at this age. If Chu Xinghe was born in a marquis family, he could directly inherit the marquis position. If Chu Xinghe was born in one of the 3 great families, he would only need to gain merits on the battlefield for 2 years, and he could directly become a marquis before he was 30. The Central State Chu family was not considered strong in Southern Xia, so it was not easy for them to become a marquis. However, with a genius like Chu Xinghe appearing, becoming a marquis family was only a matter of time. Miracle Commerce does not know about Xinghe's breakthrough, so this matter must be kept a secret. Chu Shi said this, and then added, "In order to be safe, I want to see my 2 old enemies." Chu Shi left the Chu family. The old enemies Chu Shi mentioned were not others, they were the 2 great elders of the Luo family and the Ye family. These two elders had returned to Central State City 3 days ago, but the news had been blocked, so the people of Central State City did not know about it. Even the middle and lower class members of the two families did not know about it. Chu Shi and the two of them met in a secret location. The Ye family's great elder's name was Ghost Eye Wolf Yi. His appearance was that of an old and thin man with a black eye patch covering one eye. He held a long iron staff in his hand, although his appearance was not very eye-catching, and he was even a blind cripple. Yi was actually a legendary figure in the mercenary world. The Luo family's great elder, giant spirit lion Luo Wanxiang, perhaps because of the influence of his family's cultivation technique. Luo Wanxiang was just like the other members of the Luo family. His body was very strong, and his face was full of muscles. Although he was old, he was still strong, and his hair was not completely white. His arms were long and strong, and his palms were thick and large, covered in black hair. Even if it was steel, he would still be able to crush it. Chu Shi looked at his two old enemies and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. I never thought that there would be a day when us three old fellows would join hands. Yi said in a hoarse voice, the changes of the world are not fixed. It all depends on benefits. If there are benefits, we gather, and if there are no benefits, we scatter. What else can I say? Because one's cultivation base was deep, they could slow down their aging to a certain degree. However, these three old fellows were already over 80 years old and had spent half their lives fighting for benefits. They had already become old foxes with deep schemes that were hard to measure. That's right. This time we have split the Yun family in miracle commerce. This is the time for our family to soar. Chu Shi did not waste words. Are you prepared? Luo Wanxiang said in a confident voice. 500 elites of the Luo family and 3,000 law enforcers from the supervisor's palace will ambush the miracle commerce headquarters. Once we receive news from the arena, we will immediately attack Miracle Commerce and destroy their foundation. The Ye family's wolf cavalry will ambush the camp outside of Central State City. Once Xiong Wuji attempts to rescue them, the Ye family will be responsible for stopping this force. Yi gently tapped his iron staff and softly said, 500 blood wolf mercenaries will ambush the Yun family. Once the plan begins, we will immediately attack the Yun family, and this old man will personally kill Yun Tianhe. Good. Chu Shi slapped the table and stood up. The Chu family's 800 death-sworn swordsmen will infiltrate the arena. If there are any unexpected changes, we will first kill Chu Tian and decide the overall situation. Then it's decided. What about the mayor? No need to worry. The mayor will not stop us. Rather, he will secretly help us. As long as we get rid of the thorn in our side like Chu Tian, the result will be good for everyone. The three old men's eyes met, and they finally reached an agreement. After a hurricane, only the grass would remain. Now was the time to counterattack. The three families had tolerated Chu Tian for several weeks. Now that the time had come, they would use a thunderous method to eliminate this power that should not have appeared. Along with the Yun family that did not know what was good for them, they would completely eliminate them from the Central State map. Everything. There would be results tomorrow. The three great remote elders and the three families would all come out. Central State would welcome a storm of blood. When the dust settled, a new order would be established. The last man standing would be the king. Chapter 230. Waves rose in Central State City once again. The news of Chu Tian's battle with Chu Xinghe was like a storm that swept through Central State City overnight. Chu Tian's mind was not distracted, and he immediately went into closed-door cultivation. Because if he fought with a peak, triple-awakened soul, he would die without a doubt if he didn't win. The Chu family understood this point, so they shamelessly issued a challenge. But Chu Tian understood this point, so he couldn't blindly throw away his life. He had to at least reach the illustrious Soul Realm. The three great families thought that they could stop Chu Tian from breaking through by sealing off the materials, but they were too naive. They never would have thought that Chu Tian would have a fortuitous encounter in Thunder State. When Chu Tian released his thick spiritual energy, he broke through the bottleneck without any suspense. The energy extracted from the Hellfire Demon's Abyss Fire Seed allowed Chu Tian to easily break through to the fourth awakened soul layer. Chu Tian went from the early awakened soul realm to the intermediate awakened soul realm. This was a qualitative leap. Not only was his spirit energy several times thicker, all his other aspects had increased. Was the strength of the illustrious soul realm enough? Of course it wasn't. The Chu family had placed all their hopes on this battle, so they would do their best to support him. Chu Xinghe's recovery speed was much faster than expected. It could be seen from this point that the Chu family had used some amazing medicine. So according to Chu Tian's guess, Chu Xinghe had already reached the fifth awakened soul layer. A normal fifth awakened soul layer cultivator would not be placed in Chu Tian's eyes. Shangguan Feichen was a talented successor. So how could Chu Tian not easily deal with him? Only this Chu Xinghe could not be careless. Chu Xinghe was the head of the Central State Four Young Masters, but he was far ahead of the other three young masters. His innate talent and abilities were very strong, and his man and sword as one attack had left a deep impression on Chu Tian. Even a sixth awakened soul layer expert would find it hard to block it. If Chu Xinghe really reached the fifth awakened soul layer, then Chu Tian's chances of winning with his current fourth awakened soul layer strength wouldn't exceed 30%. He couldn't take this risk. If he didn't fight, then he would have to have at least a 50% chance of winning. Chu Tian was not a reckless person. Since he dared to accept the challenge, it meant that he was confident. But where did his confidence come from? The first was the main source spirit. Chu Tian had always been very cautious in using the power of his main source spirit. On one hand, he was limited by his current strength, and it would be hard for him to control it. But the most important reason was that once his source spirit was revealed, it would cause a stir. It would be bad if he was targeted by some old monster on the continent. Therefore, unless he was really forced into a corner, Chu Tian would not easily take risks before he truly grew up. The second was his methods. Chu Xinghe was perhaps a genius, but Chu Tian's superiority was something that he could never hope to match. Before Chu Tian had transmigrated, he had once stood among the peak experts. Chu Tian's experience, Chu Tian's knowledge, and Chu Tian's methods were things that no one in this era could compare to. A pile of crystal-clear fragments was poured out of the gourd. Each fragment contained an incomparably strong abyss demon energy. This was the demon's heart left behind by the Hellfire Demon. Chu Tian stared at these fragments and slowly closed his eyes. A deep and powerful cultivation technique appeared in his mind. Demon God 9 transformations. This was the cultivation technique that Chu Tian cultivated in his previous life. Because the conditions were not ripe, he couldn't immediately cultivate it. But this did not prevent him from changing the cultivation technique he was currently cultivating. This demon's heart would become a key material. This was also the main reason why Chu Tian went to Thunder State. While Chu Tian was in closed-door cultivation, Meng Qingwu began to receive some disturbing news. There were more and more signs that the three great families would launch a storm of attacks against Miracle Commerce. This duel was the last chance for the Chu, Luo, and Yi families to turn the tables. Although killing Chu Tian in the duel was the best result because of the Southern Xia's martial traditions, life and death in the duel were up to the heavens. Even if one was killed, it would be voluntary. From Shun Fengho to the calm martial ruler, They could not use this as a reason to punish the Chu family. But with Meng Qingwu's understanding of the three families, she knew that they would not place all their bets on one place. Outside the arena, there would definitely be a backup plan. Meng Qingwu immediately made a decision. Yun Yao, go back to the Yun family and stay with old Yun. Have the family gather the elites and move the important resources and assets. Prepare for battle. But tomorrow's battle with Chu Tian, don't come to watch the battle tomorrow. Yun Yao knit her brows. Is that all right? If the three families make a move, the Yun family will be the first to bear the brunt. Meng Qingwu's attitude was very firm. Remember, you have to prepare for a storm of blood. You have to protect your own safety. Yun Yao was very respectful towards Meng Qingwu. This woman relied on Chu Tian to reach her current position, but Miracle Commerce could not leak a single drop under her management. This was enough to show Meng Qingwu's skills. Meng Qingwu gave another order. Write 2 letters. One is for Kai Dai, telling her to stay in the Carefree Valley tomorrow and not return to Central State City. The other is for the great General Xiong Wuji, telling him to stay in the camp and deal with any emergencies. Have Lin Mu, Fong Han, and the underworld mercenaries return to the headquarters. Have Chen Bingyu take charge of the defenses. Her elder sister was unprecedentedly serious. Meng Yingying realized the severity of the situation. What can I do to help? Yingying, stay in the underground safe room tonight. Without my orders, you're not allowed to come out. Do you understand? There's no room for discussion. Meng Qingwu looked at the eager Nangong Yun. Nangong, I know you're not weak, so I'll leave Yingying's safety to you. With Nangong Yun's temper, if she was told to take refuge, wouldn't she jump up? Meng Qingwu used the name of protecting Meng Yingying to have her obediently stay here and not run around. Nangong Yun had a bitter expression, but she couldn't go against Meng Qingwu's words, so she could only helplessly agree. Meng Qingwu made a series of arrangements, for example, reminding the families to be careful and not to watch the battle. Even if the worst situation happened, at least they would have a precaution. The next day, the citizens did not realize the storm that was coming. They only knew that there was going to be an incomparable battle in Central State. These 2 people were both super geniuses that only appeared once in 100 years in Central State City. There would only be one crown, so who would it fall on? How could they not watch this battle? The Central State stage was once again filled with people. The number of people watching this battle far surpassed the battle against Luo Xianglong and Yi Tianlang. The citizens felt this was very strange. Where did the live broadcast of Miracle Commerce go? This was a very interesting and exciting program. So why didn't the battle continue? Meng Qingwu stood under the stage. When her eyes swept across the audience, she slightly knit her brows. She had clearly warned the families, but they did not take it seriously at all and still came to watch. Vice Chairman, you can be assured that we brothers will ensure the chairman's safety. Looking around Meng Qingwu, a hoarse voice sounded in her ears. Bossy was dressed tightly, wearing an old and worn mask and holding a long bone cane in his hand. His white and sparse hair flowed down his hood to his chest, and that skinny and stooped body was not conspicuous in the crowd at all. Can your 4 brothers protect Chu Tian? Meng Qingwu was a bit worried about the strength of the 5 Yu brothers. There was no doubt that Boss Yu was the strongest. I have the 18 divine bloodine corpses, and my defense is not bad. Normal people will find it hard to approach me. You don't need to worry about my safety. Just go protect Chu Tian. Boss Yu said in a hoarse voice, I can't. The chairman has ordered me to protect you. Meng Qingwu gave a slight sigh and could only nod her head. Meng Qingwu did not show any signs of abnormality. She pretended to be calm and composed. Her eyes stared intently at the huge martial arts arena because the curtains were about to open. Dong, 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 dong. The bronze bell on the stage was rung. Everyone stood up and cheered. The battle of the strongest kings, the life and death battle between two mortal enemies, was about to begin. A golden sword, like a meteor, suddenly fell from the sky and pierced into the arena. Then, a figure landed lightly from the sky. His feet landed firmly on the hilt of the sword. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared coldly at the other side. This youth was around 24 or 25 years old. He wore a white jade crown and a blue jade robe. His face was resolute and his eyes were cold. With a cloak fluttering in the wind, he had a dignified appearance and an ethereal temperament, just like a sword immortal descending to the world. Chu Xingha! Chu Xingha! Chu Xingha! Waves of cheers came from all directions. Although Chu Xingha had suffered a setback in the trial tower, Chu Xingha's popularity in Central State City was something that even the famous Chu Tian could not compare to. Chu Xingha had been famous for many years. Chu Tian's rise had only lasted for a month or two. Although Chu Tian had won the support and worship of countless citizens in terms of foundation and fame, there was still a gap between him and Chu Xingha. Chu Xingha had never been defeated by anyone before. For Chu Xingha to be able to easily challenge those stronger than him, this was a true heaven-sent genius. Chu Tian challenged Chu Xingha with a lower cultivation base. Could he really create another miracle? The young man slowly walked onto the stage. Different from his usual low-key blue robe, he was wearing a gorgeous white robe. From head to toe, there was not a speck of dust on him. His beautiful eyes were handsome, and his eyes were bright, giving off a kind of otherworldly feeling. His temperament did not lose to Chu Xingha at all. If Chu Xingha was a golden sword, then Chu Tian was a floating white cloud. Chu Tian carried a large gourd and a treasure sword on his back. A snow-white little fox was lying on his shoulder, taking a nap. It was not interested in the battle that was about to happen at all. Chu Tian, Chu Tian, Chu Tian. Fanatical cheers came from all around. Chu Tian's supporters were all young people. Chu Tian's legendary rise had already become the idol of countless young people. Dang! A particularly loud and clear bell was rung. Chapter 231. The match had officially begun. Shua! Chu Tian slowly pulled out the netherworld sword and said with a relaxed expression, "The heavenly sword young master's recovery speed is quite fast. In just a few short weeks you've returned to your heroic state. It really is surprising." Chu Xingha slowly opened his eyes, and his deep and sharp eyes stared over. "Come, come, come!" With a series of sword cries, the several dozen golden swords slowly opened up like a fan, instantly forming a cold barrier behind Chu Xingha. "Your moves are still so beautiful." Chu Tian shook his head. "But it's just a golden exterior." Chu Xingha disdained to argue with Chu Tian. He kicked out. The golden sword that was stabbed into the ground flew back up. Grabbing it, the tip of the sword pointed out, and a powerful energy surged out. His blue robe fluttered without any wind, and the swords flew into the sky from his back, letting out an ear-piercing cry like the cry of tens of thousands of eagles. The bustling martial arts arena instantly fell into a deathly silence. The expressions on everyone's faces froze. They all had wide-open eyes as they swallowed their saliva, looking like they had seen a ghost. Chu Xingha seemed to have turned into a general, and the flying swords were his soldiers. As the dozens of swords soared into the sky, they suddenly multiplied. Almost in an instant, they turned into thousands of flying swords. The dense golden sea of swords was filled with a sharp sword aura. The sharp sword tips pointed downwards. Just the powerful air pressure alone was enough to cause fine cracks to appear on the ground. It had the aura of Pan Bo, who could crush mountains and rivers. 10,000 swords descend. Chu Xinghe's cold voice, that was like that of a deity, echoed out. The countless swords were like soldiers that had received an order as they all turned golden and fell down on Chu Tian like rain. The strong aura, the terrifying whistling sound, the unimaginable speed, and the aura that was like a storm made everyone hold their breath. Too fast, too strong. Just from this storm of attacks, everyone could tell that Chu Xinghe had broken through and was now in the fifth awakened soul layer. In the past, Chu Xinghe could defeat a triple awakened soul expert with his first awakened soul layer cultivation. But when Chu Xinghe was at the fourth awakened soul layer, he could easily defeat a fifth awakened soul layer cultivator, and he could even fight against a sixth awakened soul layer cultivator. Now, Chu Xinghe had reached the fifth awakened soul layer. Of course, that was not all. Chu Xinghe's sword technique was more violent and sharp than before. Obviously, his cultivation technique had also improved by leaps and bounds. Chu Xinghe was almost invincible in the illustrious soul realm. Even the three family heads were not his match. Too powerful. He was too strong. Compared to Chu Xinghe, the other three young masters were like clay chickens and pottery dogs. The heart lamp was suddenly ignited. A wave of divine sense was released. Chu Xinghe could feel the boundless power of his divine sense, and a cold smile appeared on his face. What a fool! It was useless. The sword array had no blind spots, and no matter what he did, he couldn't dodge it. Being strangled by 10,000 swords was his only ending. How could Chu Tian not see this? This storm of sword array had reached a perfect level. With a high density of attacks, it covered any blind spots. Even with divine sense, he could not find a flaw to break through. Since there was no way to dodge, then he might as well not dodge. A jet-black ancient sword was released with a destructive might, causing Chu Tian's aura to increase by several times. The black ancient sword source spirit seemed to be connected to the wilderness. The moment the demon god's sword appeared, the aura of the demon god appeared in the world. A wild energy that could destroy anything was released from his source spirit. Pung! The countless swords fell onto Chu Tian's body and were immediately affected by the wild energy. They shattered like glass and fell onto Chu Tian's body like rain. Even if one or two swords fell onto his body, they were shattered by the starlight. The people from the three great families revealed looks of shock. Illustrious soul realm. This was the strength of an illustrious soul realm expert. How did Chu Tian become this strong? This was impossible. Everyone could clearly see that Chu Tian had broken through to the fourth awakened soul layer and was a genuine illustrious soul realm cultivator. But even if he was an illustrious soul realm expert and his source spirit had been strengthened, it didn't make sense for him to be this strong. Using the sword chi from his source spirit sword to create a strong sword pressure, when those flying swords flew over, just this pressure was enough to crush the sword chi. Chu Tian calmly stood in the rain of swords. Chu Xinghe looked at him with an expressionless face. The wild storm continued, but whether it was the attacking side or the defending side, they did not seem to care. This attack that could even shatter steel, whether it was the attacker or the defender, it was completely insignificant. There was no doubt that the two of them were strong. This was strange. The Chu family could not understand this. How could Chu Tian break through this quickly? The three families had clearly blocked off the miracle commerce material channel. Chu Tian should not have had the chance to refine the saint pill. The power of his source spirit could block such a strong attack. Just how strong was Chu Tian's source spirit? The jet black sword source spirit was comparable to a god-level source spirit. It was enough to make the Chu family, a sword cultivator family, feel ashamed. This sword array is strong, but it is too scattered, so it is not strong enough. Chu Tian was surrounded by broken swords and fragments. If you want to kill me, then bring out your true skills. As you wish. Chu Xinghe was not surprised or angry. So what if he had broken through? If their cultivations were the same, perhaps they would have had the strength to fight. Chu Tian's cultivation was an entire level lower than Chu Xinghe's, so Chu Xinghe did not think he would lose. Roar! A golden flood dragon charged out from Chu Xinghe's body, and the broken swords on the ground seemed to be attracted by a magnet floating in the air to reform. Moreover, with the vast power of his source spirit, it released a majestic dragon's roar, turning into 5-6-meter-long flood dragons. The golden flood dragons filled the sky, creating a magnificent scene that far surpassed the audience's imagination. Just the golden flood dragons released a dazzling golden light that made it hard for everyone to open their eyes. 360 wandering dragon sword array. With 360 golden flood dragons, could the demon gods' swords might be stopped? These 360 golden dragons were like piranhas charging at their prey. Chu Tian's brows knit together, and he suddenly raised the sword in his hand. He forcefully pointed it at the sky, and the ground around him began to crack. Surging blue flames shot into the air and turned into hundreds of fireballs. Each fireball quickly took shape, turning into a demon with 2 horns and a body covered in flames. The hundreds of blue flame demons charged at the hundreds of golden flood dragons. These were the Netherworld clones. They were not strong individually, but they had the ability to self-destruct. The hundreds of blue flame demons and the hundreds of golden flood dragons continued to clash, colliding and exploding. Finally, the sky was filled with flames and golden flood dragon fragments. Chu Xinghe began to feel a little angry. How could this fellow have so many skills? He couldn't waste any time. He had to kill him with this slash. Man and sword as one. Chu Xinghe personally made a move, and an incomparably sharp killing intent erupted. He raised his right hand high up, and his finger released a giant sword chi that soared into the sky. Heaven-cutting art. Facing the heaven-splitting sword chi, the netherworld flame quickly gathered at the edge of the sword and infused the power of his source spirit into it. Chu Tian held the burning sword as he took a step forward and released an attack that was like a mountain. This was the third move of the netherworld flame sword art. It gave up on speed and evasion, but it released a destructive and explosive might. Netherworld Ghost Slash. A deep blue sword chi and a golden sword chi, one horizontal and one horizontal, collided, causing the stage to continuously shatter. In the end, the golden sword chi won, and the sharp energy slammed into Chu Tian's body. Chu Tian's starlight barrier shattered, but after being weakened by this attack, although this sword chi was very strong, it was not enough to kill Chu Tian. It could only cause some injuries to Chu Tian. Chu Tian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a laugh, "Your unique skill doesn't seem to be very effective against me." While he was speaking, Chu Tian's starlight immortal body quickly recovered. Unique skill? You're wrong. A glow flashed in Chu Xinghe's eyes, and the hundreds of flood dragons returned to Chu Xinghe's back. They quickly gathered together. I'll let you see my true, unique skill. Roar. Amidst the violent roars, the 100 flood dragons fused together and turned into a giant flood dragon that was dozens of meters long. Every scale was extremely clear, and every scale seemed to be pieced together by the blade of a sword, emitting a sharp sword chi. A peerless beast aura covered the entire stage. Everyone felt a suffocating pressure. Whether it was the golden flood dragon's form or aura, it was completely the same as a real flood dragon. An even more shocking scene occurred. That giant flood dragon swam beside Chu Xinghe and suddenly opened its mouth, swallowing Chu Xinghe. In that instant, Chu Xinghe fused with the giant flood dragon. The human was the flood dragon, and the flood dragon was the human. The two became one, no longer distinguishing one from the other. Roar! The giant flood dragon's strength skyrocketed, and its body grew to 100 meters long. With a casual sweep of its thick tail, a large part of the arena's ground caved in, and a huge ravine appeared in the center, as if it had been cut by a giant sword. Everyone held their breaths. What kind of magical power was this? This is truly incredible. Boss Yu's expression changed. This kind of strength is not something a person in the illustrious soul realm should have. This person's strength is no different from a true soul realm expert. Chu Tian faced Chu Xinghe, who had turned into a mighty golden flood dragon, and his eyes slowly turned serious. In the trial tower, man and sword as one was the highest realm that Chu Xinghe had reached, but now he could directly become one with the flood dragon. This flood dragon's body was made of solidified sword chi, so it was as hard as steel and impenetrable. Even if a normal illustrious soul realm cultivator used all their methods, they wouldn't be able to break the flood dragon's body, not to mention injuring Chu Xinghe inside. Chu Xinghe had turned into a flood dragon, and his strength had increased by several times. This battle strength could not be compared to when he was in the trial tower. The golden dragon suddenly spat out a golden sword chi from its mouth. It slashed through the ground with an unstoppable force, instantly arriving in front of Chu Tian. Pa! The starlight on Chu Tian's body shattered, and he was sent flying to the edge of the stage. What's wrong? Have you already used up half of your spirit energy? Have you already used up all your moves? The golden flood dragon's 100-meter-long body circled in the air as its majestic and terrifying voice echoed through the world. As for me, this is just the beginning. Chapter 232, when Chu Xinghe transformed into a flood dragon and surpassed the illustrious soul realm. Even if he faced the heads of the three great families, he would not be at a disadvantage, and he might even be able to win. A casual sword chi from the golden flood dragon's mouth could pierce through Chu Tian's defenses. This was just a casual attack from Chu Xinghe. He did not use too much strength at all. The difference in strength between the two sides was very clear. Chu Xinghe not only had a higher cultivation base than Chu Tian, he also had a large advantage in terms of cultivation technique. The Chu family's soul sword secret art was known as the Chu family's strongest cultivation technique. Chu Xinghe's Imperial Dragon Sword secret art was a cultivation technique left behind by an ancient sword cultivator. In terms of cultivation technique, it was not inferior to Chu Tian's Netherworld Flame Sword secret art. Although Chu Tian had used his own knowledge and ability to continuously improve the Netherworld Flame Sword secret art, it had surpassed the Imperial Dragon Sword secret art. In terms of quality, he had only just reached the large success realm. Chu Xinghe's two sword arts had reached a godly level, reaching the highest realm. This gap was not something that could be easily crossed, even for a person like Chu Tian. Since you've exhausted your abilities, then you can die in peace. Chu Xinghe did not need to drag this on any longer. He used his full strength to end this fight and end this fellow that shouldn't have appeared, Chu Tian. The golden flood dragon roared. The golden scales on its body released a fierce sword chi that formed a storm of sword chi. The entire flood dragon seemed like it was made of thousands of swords, and no matter how strong the existence in front of it was, it would be instantly torn apart. You want to decide this in one move. Chu Tian faced the undefeatable Chu Xinghe. He suddenly raised the Netherworld sword in his hand and released all his remaining spirit energy. The wildly burning Netherworld ghost flames all gathered around Chu Tian. It didn't gather on the blade, but on Chu Tian's body. This scene stunned everyone. What was Chu Tian trying to do? Could it be that he wanted to light a fire and burn himself? Let me show you my self-created cultivation technique. Chu Tian turned into a flaming man, and a voice came from where the flames converged. Flame Demon Transformation. Chu Tian's burning body continued to expand until he became a 10-meter-tall giant. This giant's entire body was made of flames, and it had a pair of sinister feet on its head. There was a pair of giant wings on its back, making it look like a terrifying demon. It emitted a cold and terrifying abyssal aura, and the blue flames that made up its body were condensed like crystals. The impact of this move was too strong. It was almost beyond the scope of people's understanding. How did Chu Tian do it? Actually, Chu Xinghe's flood dragon transformation was a higher realm of the man and sword as one. Chu Tian's flame demon transformation had the weapon spirit, netherworld, on his body, which was derived from the demon god 9 transformations. In a sense, it was the man and sword as one. This move was very dangerous because Chu Tian could not avoid being injured by the netherworld flame, so he had to use the demon's heart to balance it out. The demon's heart was the core of the Hellfire demon's will, so Chu Tian had repaired the demon's heart. When he transformed into the flame demon, he would use the demon's heart to protect himself. The netherworld sword's weapon spirit, netherworld, was influenced by Chu Tian's strength. The stronger the netherworld flame and the stronger Chu Tian's spirit energy were, the stronger the netherworld sword would be when it was summoned. When Chu Tian had summoned the netherworld sword with his triple awakened soul, it had a strength close to the 5th awakened soul layer and had defeated Shangguan Feichen with a surprise attack. Now that Chu Tian's strength had increased, the netherworld sword's strength had increased by another level. Chu Tian summoned the artifact spirit netherworld and used a secret technique to add power to his body, turning him into a giant flame demon that was over 10 meters tall. When the golden flood dragon spat out, Sword Chi, roar! The flame demon roared into the sky. A burning black flame flowed out and condensed into a giant black sword in his hand. This sword was covered in demonic and divine chi, containing a destructive might that could destroy everything. The sword slashed out. The golden flood dragon's sword chi was shattered. Chu Xinghe was finally overwhelmed with shock. This was impossible. When the golden flood dragon was in a daze, the flame demon took a heaven-shaking step and held the black demon god's sword in his hand. A river of energy surged into the giant sword and slashed at the golden flood dragon's body. That invulnerable body was cut into pieces, and it was sent flying by the wild strength. It was like a snake being thrown by an eagle as it fell from the sky, creating a giant hole in the ground. Dong! The entire martial arts arena shook for a moment. When the flame demon was about to follow up with its sword, the golden flood dragon angrily swung its tail, and a wild sword chi flew out. The flame demon quickly blocked it, but it was forced back several steps. Everyone was deeply shocked by the earth-shattering battle. One turned into a golden flood dragon, and the other turned into a giant flame demon. This battle surpassed everyone's imaginations. It was a heaven-shaking battle between gods and demons. The two sides were only awakened soul cultivators. The golden flood dragon started to spin at high speed, looking like a massive golden drill as it brewed up a shocking storm of sword chi. The giant flame demon raised its burning black sword, and with a heaven-splitting aura, it began to condense all its strength. Die! The golden flood dragon quickly turned into an incomparably large golden sword. The golden scales on its body came out and turned into giant flying swords that attacked the flame demon. The giant black sword swept out, and all the flying swords were shattered. The flame demon once again raised its burning black sword, and the black sword's strength was condensed to its peak. Chu Tian overdraft his body, overdraft his weapon spirit, and overdraft his source spirit, pouring all his strength into this next slash. Next was a slash that would decide life and death. Either he would lose or he would win. There was no third possibility. Chu Xinghe felt Chu Tian's life and death aura, and he did not hesitate. In this kind of battle, any weakness could lead to a crushing defeat. Only the courageous would win. The golden Jiao dragon completely transformed into a huge golden sword. Tens of thousands of strands of sword qi gathered on the sword like rivers flowing into the sea. A sharp aura that could split the heavens and split the earth erupted as the huge golden sword slashed towards the flame demon. Heaven-cutting art, man and sword as one. What was man and sword as one? Chu Xinghe completely turned into a sword. This was the true man and sword as one. Netherworld ghost slash. Chu Tian quickly slashed out with his sword. This was not just Chu Tian's peak strength and source spirit. It was also the peak strength of the weapon spirit Netherworld. After this slash, Netherworld would be weakened and he would fall into a deep sleep for a period of time. The two blade glows violently collided with each other. The ground of the entire martial arts arena suddenly shattered inch by inch, and the protective sister of the martial arts arena exploded on the spot. The terrifying energy turned into a storm and directly surged out in all directions. Some of the spectators who were closer to the martial arts arena were affected by this force and were sent flying into the air. Too strong. They were simply two monsters. Chu sure saw this from afar, and his brows tightly knit together. He had no time to determine who won and who lost, so he immediately gave an order. Move! Immediately move. Kill Chu Tian. Kill everyone related to miracle commerce. The Chu family swordsmen hidden in the crowd immediately threw away their disguises and jumped out with their swords. In that instant, the crowd fell into chaos. Murder! Murder! The Chu family is murdering people. Chu Shi's order was very ruthless. Not only did he want to kill Miracle Commerce's people, he wanted to kill everyone related to Miracle Commerce. He wanted everyone to know who was the true master of Central State. Only a bloody warning could make people remember that the consequences of standing on the wrong side were very serious. The strength of the 800 elite swordsmen of the Chu family was enough to make people's blood run cold. A quarter of them were awakened soul cultivators, and the weakest were experts at the peak 9th body refinement layer. Now, they were divided into several teams that were attacking the arena. Anyone related to Miracle Commerce would be mercilessly slashed under their swords. Bastards! Meng Qingwu angrily clenched her fists. She never thought that the three great families would be this ruthless. This was clearly a grudge between the three great families and Miracle Commerce, but they were going to kill innocent people. They were truly treating lives like grass. Meng Qingwu saw many cooperating families fall under the swords of the Chu family. Although her heart was filled with anxiety, there was nothing she could do. Miracle Commerce's development time was too short. The only armed force they had was the underworld mercenary group, and they hadn't been fully trained yet. It was hard for them to protect themselves now. So how could they fight against the Chu family that had experts like clouds? In this period of time, the entire arena was filled with cries of alarm and pitiful cries. No one would have thought that when they came to watch a match, they would be met with an unprecedented change in Central State. Countless people were filled with fear. There were immediately trampled and casualties, causing the entire arena to fall into chaos. Meng Qingwu, hand over your life. Meng Qingwu wanted to save her, but she suddenly felt a sharp aura lock onto her. She saw a giant sword appear above her head, containing a powerful might that could overturn mountains and rivers. Soul Sword Secret Art. Heaven-cutting art. Chu Shanha released an incomparably large sword glow. This was the strongest move of the Chu family's sword art. He did not care about killing innocent people. Meng Qingwu was dead. Miracle Commerce had lost its leader. That was equal to cutting off Chu Tian's arm. Meng Qingwu's cultivation was not weak, and she cultivated the starlight immortal body. But what could she do? Chu Shanha was the head of the Chu family, with him personally making a move. How could Meng Qingwu have a chance of surviving? Even if the 18 divine blood Yin corpses attacked at the same time, they would not be able to block a single slash from Chu Shanha. Humph! A cold snort came from the crowd. An incomparably large silver shark suddenly jumped out from the crowd. It opened its mouth and shattered the sword glow. Chu Shanha was shocked. This kind of powerful source spirit attack. It was a super expert in the true soul realm. Chen Bingyu and Yun Tianhe were not here. Could Miracle Commerce be hiding other true soul realm experts? But even if it was a true soul realm expert, Chu Shanha had used the strongest attack of the soul sword secret art in Central State, so how could it be easily destroyed by the power of his source spirit? What kind of god was this? After the silver shark shattered the sword glow, it charged into the sky and charged at Chu Shanha. Scram! Chu Shanha's giant sword swung out and slashed down at the giant shark. Under the fierce strength, the giant shark shattered and turned into a sky full of light. From the countless rays of light, a white-haired old man charged out. He condensed a ball of water in his left hand, and with a wave of his hand at Chu Shanha, countless drops of water wildly shot out. Ah! Chu Shanha did not have the strength to resist at all. His body was instantly pierced by several drops of water. Boss Yu's legs flew into the air, and he summoned the giant shark source spirit to charge forward. It bit Chu Shanha's body and tore him in half in the air. His blood essence was swallowed by the shark. Family head. The Chu family was stunned. A respected Chu family's family head. A family head in the prime of his life. He could have led the family for at least another 20-30 years, but he had died here without even knowing who killed him. Chapter 233. Boss Yu was a ruthless character. Otherwise, how could the giant shark gang grow so fast in just 20 years? Not only was Boss Yu ruthless, his cultivation had reached the 9th awakened soul layer. After being baptized by the sea race's altar for 20 years, his skills had reached the perfection realm. Although he was not as strong on land as he was in the water, he was not someone normal people could block. You dare kill the Chu family's head. Die. A bloody wind filled the world. Chu Shi angrily released his source spirit and personally took out a blood-red long sword, stabbing it at Boss Yu. Before the sword arrived, the sword's aura was already there. A blood mist covered the area. This was the weapon spirit that Chu Shi had killed over the years. Not only could it confuse a person's mind, it could also make them go crazy. Boss Yu was also affected by the sword's aura and began to hallucinate. But Boss Yu's cultivation was deep, and he immediately broke free. He used the fishbone staff to block the blood-red sword. Dang! Boss Yu was forced back several steps by the sword chi. The fishbone staff continued to tremble, and a blood stain covered the white staff, quickly contaminating the weapon. You have some skill. Under Boss Yu's mask, a pair of blue eyes stared at the other side, and a glow flashed in his eyes. The Chu family is truly worthy of being one of the 4 great families. It's been a long time since someone has been able to force this old man back. Nameless person, hand over your life. Chu Shi's treasured sword was once again covered in a blood-red color. Soul sword secret art. Wildstorm slash. Countless scarlet sword chis shot out incessantly, and every single sword chis exploded and sprinkled down like a violent storm. Boss Yu knit his brows. This attack was not only aimed at Boss Yu, it also covered Meng Qingwu and the surrounding people. Chu Shi seemed to know that Boss Yu's cultivation was not low, so he decided to kill the more important Meng Qingwu first. Fish God's Barrier. Boss Yu threw his staff in front of Meng Qingwu, and a layer of water appeared. It was as thin as a cicada's wing, but it was shockingly strong and tough. Chu Shi's sharp sword Qi did not break through it at all. Ah, ah, the people around him were not so lucky. A large number of people who did not manage to escape in time were affected by the sword Qi, and hundreds of people died in an instant. Chu Tian had ordered Boss Yu to protect Meng Qinggu, but he did not say that Boss Yu had to protect the others. Boss Yu was also a ruthless person and did not care about other people's private goods. As long as he got rid of Chu Shi, he would be able to settle the situation. Just as Chu Shi was about to launch another attack, a few water droplets shot over. When these water droplets landed on the bright red sword blade, they suddenly turned into a fierce energy that washed away the energy gathered on the sword blade. It even forced Chu Shi back a few steps. What's going on? Who was this person? His cultivation was higher than Chun Bingyu's. It was impossible for Central State City to have such a person. While Chu Shi was still in a state of shock, the stage had already been decided. The entire stage had been destroyed by the sword Qi, and Chu Xinghe fell to the ground with a pale face. Chu Tian's body had been injured by the sword Qi, but at least he was still standing on the stage. Victory had been decided. It was Chu Tian's victory again. Chu Tian had defeated Chu Xinghe fair and square. Kill him! Kill him! Chu Shi's eyes widened as he angrily roared, "Kill Chu Tian!" Several dozen Chu family experts charged at the same time. Now that Chu Tian was heavily injured, he could not keep fighting, so it was the best time to kill him. As for how to explain this to Imperial City and Shun Fengho, there was no time to think about it. If Chu Tian did not die, the three great families would die. Chu Tian died when the Chu family's swordsmen were attacking. Who dares move against the chairman? 4 figures flew into the sky at the same time, and each of them summoned a giant silver shark, instantly blocking the Chu family's swordsmen. These 4 people moved like they were breaking through rotten wood, instantly killing 8-9 Chu family awakened soul experts. 4 true soul experts. Chu Shi was completely stunned. Everyone was completely stunned. When did Chu Tian have this kind of strong strength by his side? The situation fell into a stalemate. Although there were many experts by Chu Tian's side, the Chu family had made ample preparations. They had brought out over 200 awakened soul experts. It could be said that they had brought out all of their family's resources. There were a few illustrious soul realm elders who were determined to kill Chu Tian. Even if the 5 Yu brothers worked together, it would be hard for them to stop them. Kill Chu Tian, and you'll be rewarded with 500 million. Chu Shi roared into the sky. Kill him! A reward of 500 million. This was a fortune that could make people go crazy in Central State City. The Chu family's experts were like a pack of wild wolves continuously attacking Chu Tian. Boss Yu's cultivation base was higher than Chu Shi's, but Boss Yu specialized in fighting in the water. Chu Shi's swordsmanship was very high, and his battle strength was very shocking. The 2 of them could not decide who was stronger for a while. The Chu family's experts wildly attacked the other 4 brothers. If it was just protecting themselves, they could hold on for a while, but not only did they have to protect themselves, they also had to protect Chu Tian's safety, which was very hard to do. The Chu family's experts all had high swordsmanship and terrifying battle strength. Once they moved, their killing power was very strong. The 4 brothers bitterly held on for a while, but now they were already injured. Even if they didn't care about the price, they had to kill Chu Tian. Under the wild attacks of the Chu family's swordsmen, the 4 brothers finally couldn't hold on any longer. Several 5th awakened soul layer elders worked together to break through the weakest old 5th Yu's line of defense. With a single slash, they attacked Chu Tian. This monstrous youth, he still had to die under the Chu family's sword. When the Chu family's experts thought they were about to succeed, a small snow-white fox spat out a puppet that instantly turned into a giant hellfire demon. The moment this hellfire demon appeared, it released a terrifying aura. It was at least at the true soul realm. The Chu family's senior elders slashed out with their swords, but they only forced the hellfire demon back a step. Dom! Dom! Several large sounds rang out. The Chu family's senior elders were all hit by the hellfire demon's fist. Their organs were instantly burned, and they died on the spot. Chu Tian gave a laugh. I'll have to disappoint you, but I won't die that easily. What is this? When the hellfire demon's large body stood up, the Chu family's experts were all shocked. Chu Tian coldly said, "Kill them!" The hellfire demon gave a wild roar and immediately attacked the Chu family's members. After the senior elders were killed, the Chu family's morale was greatly affected. This monster was too strong. Damn! Chu Shi's eyes turned red as he angrily roared. His scarlet-red sword turned into a blur and moved like a poisonous snake. It avoided Boss Yu and charged at Chu Tian. The hellfire demon threw out a fireball. It had to be known that the hellfire demon's strength was on the level of the Southern Summer 8 Marquises. Even if it was a casual fireball, it still had a strong killing intent. When Chu Shi raised his sword to block it, his protective spirit energy immediately evaporated. He was sent flying by a fierce energy. Good chance. Boss Yu turned into a giant shark and slammed into Chu Shi, sending him into the ground once again. Chu Shi's protective spirit energy completely collapsed. I'm not willing. I'm not willing. A family traitor actually destroyed my Chu family. Chu Shi spat out a mouthful of blood as he angrily roared. How glorious was the Chu family! With a powerful person like Chu Xinghe and experts as common as clouds in the family, he originally thought that they could at least be glorious for another few hundred years. Who would have thought that the Chu family would fall like this? The person who caused the Chu family to fall was someone from the Chu family. How dramatic was this? You talk too much. Boss Yu forcefully waved his hand, and a ball of water condensed in his hand, directly pinning Chu Shi to the ground. This true soul expert with the nickname Blood Drinking Sword, a large character that shook Central State several decades ago, had died like this. The family head was dead. The remote elder was dead. Chu Xinghe was finished. Over half of the Chu family's elites were dead, and the Chu family had no hope. However, the stage was already in a mess, and there was even a river of blood. Countless innocent people had died in this chaotic battle. The blood-drinking sword is here. Chu Tian picked up Chu Shi's top-quality soul weapon, the blood-drinking sword, and raised it high above his head. Don't fight anymore. The Chu family's remote elder is dead, so everything is over. If you surrender, I won't spare your life. The Chu family members all had ashen faces. Not only the family head, but even the remote elder didn't surrender. What could they do? The Chu family had been completely defeated. The Chu family's elites all threw away their swords. Boss Yu's group of 5 let out a long sigh of relief. It was a good thing that the Chu family had surrendered. These swordsmen were too strong, and if they continued to fight like this, the 5 of them would not have been able to escape. Although the Chu family had been completely defeated, the crisis had not even begun. Central State City was already in chaos. The Luo family's remote elder Luo Wanxiang and the family head Luo Lianqing were leading an army to attack Miracle Commerce. The Ye family's remote elder Yi Yi and the family head Yi Wudao were wildly attacking the Yun family's headquarters. There was a large-scale battle outside Central State City. General Xiong Wuji's army was fighting against the Ye family's wolf cavalry, the 4 great families, and the army were all caught up in this. In an instant, there was a reign of terror, and blood flowed like a river. Countless people had died in this change in power structure, and the intensity of this battle far surpassed anyone's imagination. There were many fires in Central State City, and smoke covered half the city. There were people fighting on every street. There were too many powers caught up in this battle, and too many experts were caught up in it. Chu Tian knit his brows. We have to finish this battle as soon as possible. Meng Qingwu was clear that if this battle continued, Central State City would be finished. Central State City was not a normal city, it was a main city. If the main city was destroyed, the kingdom would be enraged, and Miracle Commerce would not be able to escape responsibility. The three great families were 100-year-old powers and were involved in too many interests. Normally, even if Miracle Commerce wanted to destroy them, they would have to be very careful. Otherwise, if they angered the important people of Imperial City, the consequences would be unimaginable. But now they had no other choice. Central State City had become a chaotic battlefield, something that had never happened in the hundreds of years since the city was built. Miracle Commerce had to quickly eliminate all threats and use this opportunity to establish their position. They had to first take over Central State City. Only then would they have the qualifications and confidence to compete with the other powers. In for a penny, in for a pound. Go all out. Chapter 234. The chaos in the Central State Arena had just calmed down not long ago. Chairman! This is bad. Lin Mu ran over with a face covered in blood. It was clear that he had killed his way out of the encirclement. The headquarters has already been broken through by the Luo family's elites. The Luo family's remote great elder Luo Wanxiang is among them. They have suffered heavy casualties, and we can't hold on much longer. Everyone's hearts sank. Central State was already in chaos. Right now, there was killing and fighting everywhere. Miracle Commerce had too few troops, not to mention calming the chaos. It was hard for them to even protect themselves. Meng Qingwu arranged for Chen Bingyu to stay in the headquarters to increase Miracle Commerce's defensive strength, but who would have thought that the Luo family's remote great elder would participate in this battle? The current situation was very dangerous. The three great families wanted to use this chance to cleanse themselves. Although their main targets were Miracle Commerce and the Yun family, the families and powers that worked with Miracle Commerce would not be able to escape this chaos. The longer this dragged on, the more serious Central State's losses would be. So, what if Chu Tian destroyed the Chu family? If the current situation continued, the cooperating family powers would be destroyed, and Miracle Commerce's factories would be destroyed. What could Miracle Commerce obtain? In the end, both sides would suffer losses. Miracle Commerce's hard work over the past few months would all be for naught. With how big the Central State matter was, if Miracle Commerce could not quickly stabilize themselves, it was very likely they would be uprooted by the outside powers. Ying and the others are in danger right now. We have to end this quickly, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. Meng Qingwu had guessed that the Central State situation would be very serious, but she never thought it would be like this. She had underestimated the three great families. We don't have enough fighting strength. What should we do? They didn't have enough fighting strength? No, there were 3,000 giant shark gang elites on the Central State docks. Chu Tian said to Boss Yu, I need the giant shark gang's strength to calm this chaos. This is a good chance for the giant shark gang to clear their name. Calming the chaos in Central State is a great merit. The 5 Yu brothers looked at each other and nodded. The giant shark gang had decided to follow Miracle Commerce, so they should make some contributions and show some sincerity. Miracle Commerce was in trouble and needed the giant shark gang's help. Once this battle was won, Miracle Commerce would have no opponents in Central State. In the end, the entire Central State would belong to Miracle Commerce. Moreover, the giant shark gang had always been known as bandits. Now that they were helping Central State settle the chaos, it was a good chance to clear their name. Kill. To the docks. Everyone had just left the arena. Suddenly, the sound of galloping horses could be heard. A group of elite cavalry that was armed to the teeth passed through the streets like a green flood, directly surrounding the martial arena. Sharp lances flickered with a cold light. The leader of this group was none other than the city lord, Feng Yunlong. Chu Tian didn't die. Chu sure? What about Chu Xinghe? Where are the 800 elites of the Chu family? This was clearly a complete setup. So why did such a situation occur? Traitor Chu Tian, where do you think you're going? The city lord Feng Yunlong was covered in armor, and his eyes were filled with flames as he looked at Chu Tian. You've caused chaos in Central State and implicated millions of citizens. You deserve to die 10,000 times. Storm cavalry, listen to my orders, kill Chu Tian on the spot. It was the Storm Cavalry, the most elite cavalry of Central State. The Storm Cavalry was the most elite cavalry of Southern Xia. Every state would have a few of them to ensure that the city lord had enough power. This army was the Imperial Army. Only the 8 marquises and the city lord could use them. Even the great General Xiong Wuji did not have the qualifications to use them. The Storm Cavalry was very strong, with most of them in the 8th and 9th body refinement layer. There were a lot of awakened soul realm experts, so they were not inferior to the core troops of the 4 great families. This was bad. Meng Qingwu's heart sank. With this kind of elite troop coming to stop them, even if they could break through, it would take quite a bit of time. Could miracle commerce last that long? Once the headquarters fell, their foundation would be destroyed. Even if they won, there would be no meaning in that. Feng Yuntian brandished his sword. Capture the traitor Chu Tian. Go! The several hundred Storm Cavalry looked at each other in blank dismay. Not a single person following the order to attack. Feng Yuntian flew into a rage. What are you doing? Did you not hear this city lord's orders? Shun Fengho's token is here. Chu Tian took out a blue token from his chest. Shin Fengho has given the Storm Cavalry to this one. Many thanks to the city lord for giving Chu Tian rescue team at this critical moment. Feng Yunlong was enraged. The Storm Cavalry are the Imperial Army. How can they listen to outsiders? Kill. Kill for me. Whoever dares disobey will have their entire family executed. The Storm Cavalry still did not move. Chu Tian was their benefactor, and they all admired Chu Tian's abilities. The most important thing was that when Shin Fengho went to Imperial City, he had given the army to Chu Tian to manage. Perhaps Shin Fengho had already guessed that Central State City would fall into chaos, so he gave this cavalry to Chu Tian just in case. Chu Tian loudly shouted, Feng Yunlong has stirred up the 3 great families. Capture him for me. Several dozen spears surrounded Feng Yunlong like a forest. Feng Yunlong was so angry that he almost spat out blood. Take Feng Yunlong back to the mayor's palace. Feng Yunlong was still Shin Fengho's younger brother, so Chu Tian left him with his life. He ordered the cavalry to imprison Feng Yunlong in the mayor's palace. Everyone else, follow me and kill. Yes, Chu Tian led the several hundred cavalry and charged out of the city gates. There was already a chaotic battle outside. The Yef family's wolf cavalry was fighting against the Central State Army, making the battlefield very desperate. The Yef family had the largest and most elite private army in Central State. In terms of battle strength, they were even higher than the regular army. It was fortunate that Meng Qingwu had reminded Xiong Wuji to make preparations, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. If the fierce and powerful wolf cavalry entered the city, Central State City would turn into a sea of blood. The Yef family's wolf cavalry and the Central State Army were fighting, but who would have thought that a group of cavalry would charge out of the city. A hellfire demon was leading the way, instantly tearing a path through the wolf cavalry. Xiong Wuji was covered in blood with a spear in his hand as he fought against Yi Wudao. Seeing this, he broke out in laughter. Reinforcements are here. Chu Tian. Yi Wudao's eyes popped out in shock. You actually didn't. He didn't even manage to say the word die. The 5 brothers released a giant silver-white shark, which ferociously charged through the army of 10,000. Everywhere it passed, a mist of blood filled the sky. Finally, with Yi Wudao at the center, they converged to attack. Puchi, the sound of flesh being torn apart, could be heard. Yi Wudao was arrogant, but he died without a corpse. After the 5 brothers killed the enemy leader, they immediately blew their horns. The giant shark gang's elites had already discovered the chaos in Central State City, but they didn't dare move without orders. Now that they had been summoned by the 5 leaders, the 3,000 elites charged into Central State City. The giant shark gang had only been established for 20 years, but with the giant treasures at the bottom of the lake, they had developed very quickly. The 3,000 giant shark gang elites were not weaker than the elites of the 4 families on water. Although they were weaker on land, they were still a strong force. The family head is dead. The family head is dead. The Yep family's wolf cavalry was in chaos. When the giant shark gang's elites met up with Chu Tian and combined with Xiong Wuji's army and the storm cavalry, an unstoppable momentum was formed. So what if the Ye family had the largest private army in Central State City that was even more elite than the regular army? As long as Chu Tian charged forward, the situation would be completely reversed. This most elite private army of the Central Plains was beaten to a sorry state. Wolf corpses were everywhere, and there were countless human corpses, forming a small river of blood. The Chu Luo and Yi families have rebelled. Xiong Wuji raised a thick spear and angrily roared. The Chu Luo and Yi families have rebelled. Follow me into the city to suppress them. Kill the traitors. Kill the traitors. 20,000 Central State soldiers charged into Central State City. The remaining elites of the Luo and Ye family did not know that both sides had been defeated. Under their fierce attacks, the Yun family and Miracle Commerce could not hold on any longer. At this time, Chu Tian came back with reinforcements. This was an overwhelming strength. The elites of the 2 families were surrounded in a short period of time. Yi and Luo Wanxiang never thought this kind of result would happen. Kill. Chu Tian gave a cold order. Boss Yu's 5 brothers, Yun Tianhe, Chun Bingyu, these true soul realm experts, all came out, and the 2 families could not resist at all. In the end, Yi, Luo Wanxiang, and Luo Lianqing were all killed on the spot. After this battle, the elite combat forces of the 3 great families, including the Yun family, which had been around for 100 years, had almost all perished by more than half. The chaos in Central State City continued. Chu Tian had Xiong Wuji surround the mayor's palace and put Feng Yunlong under house arrest in the mayor's palace. Then he brought people to clean up the 3 families. Those who surrendered would not be killed. Otherwise, they would all be killed. This great turmoil lasted for an entire day and night. It was a day of slaughter, a day of bloodshed, and a day that shook everyone to the core. The sun of the next day, it once again fell on Central State City. Countless vultures were attracted by the smell of death as they flew over the city. Although the chaos and slaughter had gradually calmed down, it was like Central State City had experienced a baptism of war. The entire Central State City was covered in a thick smell of blood. Outside the city, there was a small river of blood. The Ye family's strongest private army, the Wolf Cavalry, had almost all died here. The Central State City Army had also suffered heavy casualties. There were wolf corpses, horse corpses, and human corpses, numbering in the tens of thousands. The scene was very tragic. The city was filled with smoke, and there were signs of battle everywhere. Many houses had been burned down, and the guards were currently bringing buckets of water to wash away the blood stains on the ground. Too tragic, the originally bustling central continent city, because of the sudden revolt of the three great families, instantly turned into a scene of a battlefield. At least 30 to 40,000 people lost their lives in this riot. In the several hundred years of central continent city's history, this was a bloody turmoil that had never happened before. The three great families had been defeated in the end. The remote elders and the family heads had all died in battle. The entire family's elite strength had been completely wiped out. From now on, the situation of Central State Cities Chu, Yun, Luo, and Yi families had come to an end. The era of the four great families had come to an end, and on top of these ruins, there was bound to be a new giant. It was Miracle Commerce. Chapter 235. The three great families' counterattack was not on a whim. Rather, it was a ruthless cleansing plan that they had been planning for many days. However, the three great families had underestimated Chu Tian. Miracle Commerce, with the support of the giant shark gang, came back in time to help and counterattack, not letting any of their core members die. Instead, they used this chance to wipe out the three great families, becoming the final victor and beneficiary of this battle. Chu Tian asked, "What are the casualties like?" Meng Qingwu replied, "The Miracle Grand Hotel has been burned, the two magnetic sound towers have been destroyed, and several factories have been destroyed. There are over 1,000 casualties, and several research labs in the headquarters have been destroyed. We have lost a portion of our confidential information and are currently trying to recover it." Damn. Chu Tian was so angry that his teeth itched. These three great families are truly fierce. We can't be polite with them. Prepare beast carriages, and we're going to search the three great families. With this kind of chaos and conflict, it was impossible for there to be no damage at all. That would be too idealistic. But Miracle Commerce did not damage their foundation. This was already a very beautiful victory. The three great families had a history of over 100 years. They were very rich. It was unknown how many spoils of war they could harvest this time. Chu Tian was already impatient. Who told these grandsons to deal with him like this? Now it was time to pay them back with interest. "You want to search their homes?" Yun Tianhe quickly ran over and said, "Be careful. The reason the Central State four great families could exist for 100 years in Central State was not only because of their strength, but also because of the benefits they had in Imperial City. Now that the three great families have been destroyed, it is enough to shake Imperial City. If we take away all the wealth of the three great families without reporting it, perhaps there will be people in Imperial City who will be jealous." What kind of reaction Imperial City would have? It was impossible to predict right now. Chu Tian did not care that much. Let them be jealous. Miracle Commerce has never cared about other people's faces. In Central State, I am the biggest. That's right. Search their homes, search their homes. Go steal everything from the three great families. Nan Gongyun and Meng Yingying both expressed their support. Meng Qingwu did not say anything. If they thought about it rationally, Yun Tianhe's persuasion was not without reason. How deep was the foundation of the four great clans? For hundreds of years, no one had swallowed the other. It was possible that this was a situation caused by deliberate division in Royal City. Once a local family became dominant, it might affect the centralization of power in the kingdom. What the kingdom needed was a strong overall force, but with internal divisions and competition. Chu Tian's act of destroying the three great families had broken the 100 years of division, allowing Miracle Commerce to monopolize Central State City. This was something Imperial City did not want to see. If he were to recklessly absorb the wealth left behind by the three great clans and take over the resources left behind by the three great clans, would the kingdom agree? If he did not handle it well, he might get into trouble. However, Meng Qingwu was very tempted to agree. After all, this was a shocking amount of wealth. Miracle Commerce had gone to great lengths to destroy the three great families. Could it be that they had to give away all their wealth? So Meng Qingwu did not say anything. She decided to support Chu Tian. Chu Tian did not change his mind. Everyone, come with me to search their homes. Meng Yingying and Nan Gongyan's cheeks turned red with excitement. They immediately found a large beast carriage to follow Chu Tian to the three great families. Meng Qingwu also followed. Truly a brat that didn't listen to advice. Yun Tianhe had no other choice. What was done could not be undone, so he could only let him go. Chu Tian first searched the Luo family's treasury. He obtained a large sum of 1,200,000,000 gold coins, as well as several billion gold coins worth of materials. He also found 29 shops and factories, as well as 11 mines outside the city. This was truly too shocking. This was simply a treasure trove. It really was worthy of being the property of a large Central State family. This golden jade hoofdeer carriage is worth several tens of millions. Not only is it very fast and stable, it also has the ability to detect danger and defend itself. I'll give it to the young miss. Chu Tian took out the Luo family's best beast carriage and gave it to Meng Qingwu. Only this kind of carriage can match the young miss status. The golden jade hoof deer carriage was just too beautiful. Under the envious gazes of the other women, Meng Qingwu happily accepted Chu Tian's reward. This 9-lion and tiger bracer can be considered a top-grade soul equipment. It can attack and defend, making it very powerful. However, none of us seem to be proficient in fist techniques. Chu Tian gave it to Chun Bingyu beside him. Chun Bingyu can keep it for now. I'll teach you several close combat martial arts in the future. The 9-lion and tiger bracer was one of the Luo family's strongest weapons, so Chun Bingyu happily accepted it. The Luo family had too many treasures. Chu Tian randomly picked out a few items, and everyone was pleasantly surprised. Next was the Ye family. The Ye family's harvest was also very shocking. The Ye family was a mercenary family, and their mercenary business was quite scattered, so they didn't have much cash. However, they were still quite rich in resources. They also had several large beast taming grounds that couldn't be bought with money. It was enough to make Miracle Commerce rich once. The resources and places left by the Luo family, like the several large stores in Central State City and the research and laboratories, were all taken over by Miracle Commerce. The Ye family's mercenary group and resources, like the giant wolf farm, the demon beast taming, the military factory, etc., were mostly taken over by the underworld mercenary group controlled by Miracle Commerce. As for the Luo family and the Ye family, what would they do if they surrendered? Chu Tian was a man of his word and kept his promise not to kill them. However, Central State City couldn't accept these people, so with a single order, they were all expelled. As for the Chu family, Chu Tian went to confiscate their family. He first took the Chu family's cash and resources. Chu Shi and Chu Shanhe's direct descendants were all expelled from Central State. The other captives were brought to the Chu family's main hall. Chu Tian would personally deal with them. At this moment, several hundred Chu family swordsmen were kneeling on the ground, all revealing looks of fear and trepidation. This young man in front of them was just a waste from the family several years ago. Everyone looked down on him and bullied him. In just a few short years, this person had returned to the Chu family with a victorious attitude. From the senior elders to the Chu family youths, everyone's lives were in his hands. Chu Tian sat on the family head's throne. The giant shark gang's 5 leaders and Chen Bingyu were standing behind him, using cold eyes to look at the Chu family members. The pressure of a true soul realm expert made it hard for them to breathe, but the one they were most afraid of was the young man in the throne. I won't say any more nonsense. I'll lay my cards on the table today. When everyone heard Chu Tian's voice, their hearts turned cold. Although I, Chu Tian, have grudges with you all, I am still surnamed Chu in the end. Although the Chu family has been heartless to me, I can't let a 100-year-old family be destroyed like the Luo Ye family, so I'll give you 2 choices. The Chu family members looked at each other in blank dismay. First, you can take a sum of money and go far away. Leave Central State City or leave Southern Summer Country. No matter where you go, I won't care, and I won't hunt you down for revenge. The Chu family members let out a long sigh of relief. It wasn't that they didn't choose to cut the weeds by the roots, but they still managed to keep their lives. The Chu clan had also emerged from the struggles of countless clans. Everyone knew how cruel the competition between clans was. If any clan was defeated, they would often be exterminated. Even the babies in their swaddling clothes would not be spared. There was absolutely no exception. If a person was allowed to live, who knew if that person would obtain an opportunity and live on with hatred? Would that person pose a threat to the family? Although this possibility was very small, as long as there was a chance, the ruthless ruler would not let it happen. Chu Tian did not kill them all. On one hand, the 3 great families were seeking their own deaths. From the beginning to the end, it was all caused by the 3 great families. This kind of destruction from seeking their own deaths and being destroyed by a powerful enemy were 2 completely different things. The former was filled with unwillingness, humiliation, and hatred, while the latter was filled with regret and fear. On the other hand, Chu Tian was confident in himself. If they couldn't deal with him now, then there would be no hope in the future. Central State was just a small place for Chu Tian to stay for a while. He would leave this place soon and wander around the wider world. These losers would not be able to catch up to his footsteps. Chu Tian gave the Chu family enough time to think before he continued. The second choice is to stay and continue working for the Chu family. I will use the Chu family as the foundation to establish the Chu sect, allowing the Chu family's influence to remain in Central State City. Everyone trembled. Chu Tian wanted to personally take over the Chu family. This was a result that no one had thought of. But in terms of status, Chu Tian originated from the Chu family. Now that he had killed his way back to the Chu family and became the family head, the nature of this turmoil had changed. It was no longer a family being destroyed by external enemies, but a power struggle within the family. Chu Tian had already defeated Chu Xinghe. Therefore, it could be said that Chu Tian was even more outstanding than Chu Xinghe. The influence in Chu Tian's hands was something that no family in Central State could compare to. Although the Chu family had suffered heavy losses in this turmoil, those that were lost were all elites, and their roots had not been uprooted. With the Chu family's 100-year foundation, as long as they took some time to recuperate, there was hope for them to recover. After all, the Chu family had the most retainers in Central State City, and there were many people under the Chu family's banner. Once the Chu family fell, these retainers would immediately leave. If someone continued to hold the banner of the Chu family and maintain this influence, it would undoubtedly ensure the Chu family's strength in Central State. Chu Tian finished speaking. To leave or to stay, you can choose for yourself. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. Chu Shi and Chu Shanha's direct descendants had all been exiled by Chu Tian. The people that remained in the Chu family were mostly branch family members. Moreover, what Chu Tian truly wanted was the banner of the Chu family. The Chu family's resources were different from other families. The Chu family's most precious resource was their retainers. Retainers were all outsiders that came to submit their contributions. So even if these people stayed, they wouldn't be afraid of them causing trouble. If they could be used by Chu Tian, that would be the best. The Chu family began to make their decisions. 20% of them chose to leave. The others would continue to stay in the Chu family, swearing loyalty to Chu Tian and working for Chu Tian. Chu Tian naturally became the new master of the Chu family, taking over all of the Chu family's businesses and influence. The Chu family had businesses in several cities, the Chu family had over 300 retainers, and the Chu family had over 1,000 swordsmen. The Chu family members would be called back one by one, forming a new power called the Chu sect. Chu Tian would not give them anything to do for now. It would only be a military organization that was on the same level as the underworld mercenaries. As for the businesses the Chu family had left in the cities, Chu Tian would have Miracle Commerce send people to take them, turning them into Miracle Commerce's businesses. Like this: those that should be plundered were plundered, those that should be banished were banished, and those that should be annexed were all annexed. Miracle Commerce had a cash flow of 2 billion gold coins and countless precious resources. The mines and resource fields left by the 3 great families would all be used by Miracle Commerce. Chu Tian did not take everything for himself. He would first take out 500 million gold coins to pay the giant shark gang. He had promised to invest 1 billion gold coins in a year, but now it was changed to half a year. The fleet, the ferry, and the resource fields near the Four States Lake were all given to the giant shark gang to act as Miracle Commerce's agents. Chu Tian also told Meng Qinggu to take out 500 million gold coins. This large sum of money was used to clean up the mess. For example, it was used to appease the company's partners, to send a very generous pension to those who lost their lives in the chaos, as well as to provide various benefits to the frightened citizens. He took out 2 arsenals and a military factory from the Ye family and gave them to the Xiong family. He also sent out a large sum of money and resources, with a total value of 500 million gold coins to the Yun family. The Xiong family and the Yun family had given quite a bit of help to Chu Tian. The Xiong family was very happy to pick up such a large sum of money. As for the Yun family, they directly used the gift from Chu Tian and invested it into the Yun sect research the 2 families had set up. Why did they have to please Imperial City? Chu Tian's idea was very simple. In order to satisfy the greedy people in Imperial City, it would be better to split the money with everyone. When Central State City was united, who would be able to shake Miracle Commerce? Everyone was happy. The chaos in Central State had been settled. Chapter 236. There was a reason why the Central State 4 families had developed for 100 years. Now that the situation had completely collapsed, it would affect the benefits of certain people. Moreover, Central State City had caused tens of thousands of deaths. It was fine if it was a normal city, but Central State City was a main city, so this was a large matter that could shake the southern summer country. Miracle Commerce had swallowed the 3 great families, allowing them to monopolize the market, the Southern Summer King, and the 3 rulers. Could the ruling class allow Miracle Commerce to grow? So, Miracle Commerce had not truly passed this crisis. Chu Tian did not care about this at all. No matter what kind of noise Imperial City made, the worst result would be him running away, now that he had stolen the 3 great families' resources, including large amounts of cash and resources, as well as the giant shark gang's water superiority. He could quickly develop no matter where he went. He could not rely on anyone. Only when he was strong would others fear and respect him. Chu Tian wanted to eliminate the negative effects of Central State's chaos, and then invest in the Yun sect's new technology, allowing miracle commerce's strength and potential to increase. Of course, a person's strength was also important. So after Chu Tian destroyed the 3 great families' nests, he immediately gathered enough materials to refine a saint pill. In the future, Chu Tian had reached the peak 4th awakened soul layer. The young Miss Meng Yingying, Lin Mu, Fang Han, and the others all had strength in the illustrious soul realm. The chaos in Central State was shocking, but the effects were smaller than what the Central State people imagined. After Miracle Commerce implemented a series of pacifying policies, not only did it return to its former prosperity, the atmosphere of the city became even more relaxed. The pressure of the 4 great families no longer existed. Those aristocrats that exploited the people had been defeated, being replaced by a new power filled with vitality. Miracle Commerce did not infringe on the interests of the other aristocratic families. Rather, it actively cooperated with them to achieve a win-win situation. With Miracle Commerce's dominance, the Central State citizens' income had increased, and their quality of life had increased. Miracle Commerce's potential to drive the economy of Central State far surpassed the 4 great families. So the Central State citizens did not reject Miracle Commerce from the start. Without an opponent, Chu Tian was naturally much more relaxed. Meng Qinggu came to report the latest integration progress. Miracle Commerce has dozens of resource fields, dozens of factories, dozens of laboratories, and dozens of dojos. The Central State powers are all actively cooperating with us. Miracle Commerce went from being a chamber of commerce with a serious lack of productivity to being free of excess productivity in just a few days. From light bulbs to batteries to cans to radios, phonographs. The problem that Miracle Commerce had always faced was that productivity was not an issue, so they had no way of opening up the market at the first instance. Now, the 3 great clans had fallen. Miracle Commerce had taken over too many resources, and now its production was exploding. Moreover, Miracle Commerce had a large number of collaborating family powers, not to mention the Central State region. Even if it was spread across the entire southern summer country, it was more than enough. Central State City would quickly become a giant production base for Miracle Commerce. Miracle Commerce's business can't satisfy the local market, so we will expand to the entire southern Xia. Then we will expand to other countries, and we will even expand to other races, Chu Tian said in a confident voice. So don't think it's too much. Rather, it's not enough. On one hand, we will speed up the integration and let the factories start working as soon as possible. On the other hand, we will continue to buy factories and maintain our relationship with other partners. Meng Qinggu never thought that Miracle Commerce would develop this quickly. From a small power in South Sky City that no one paid attention to, it had expanded to become a giant that dominated Central State. Now Central State City was Chu Tian's world. Chu Tian suddenly stood up. Come, let's go take a look at the research facility. The Yun sect's research facility had over 500 researchers. They were divided into source energy technology, talisman medicine, cultivation, energy, source energy machinery, and etc. The source energy technology department was the most important department. Out of the 500 researchers in the Yun sect, around 400 of them were in the Source Energy Array Department, which was currently managed by Yun Tianhe. The Talisman Medicine Department was in charge of researching traditional talismans and was managed by Xiong Tianyan and Zhang Liqing. Chu Tian had already taken out many recipes for them to study and produce. After all, although talisman medicine was a traditional industry, it was still a very profitable business. The cultivation department was in charge of collecting various ancient cultivation techniques and researching them to find the useful parts. This department was temporarily managed by Chun Bingyu. After all, Chun Bingyu was a martial arts maniac, so she had a lot of experience in cultivation. The energy department was also very important. Chu Tian had already occupied most of the crystal oil mines in Central State and had even secretly sent people to various places in southern Xia to search for and occupy crystal oil mines. Energy was the foundation of technological development. The people of the continent still did not realize the importance of crystal oil mines. So Chu Tian wanted to occupy as many resources as possible before the people realized it. The energy department specialized in source energy batteries, looking for the best way to use source energy batteries in different situations. Energy was a secret. Chu Tian had to send the person he trusted the most to control it. Naturally, this department was personally managed by the young miss. The source energy machinery department was a bit special. This department didn't have a lot of use right now. It could even be considered a chicken rib, but it had a large strategic value. The core of Miracle Commerce's technology was in the source energy technology department, but the products they developed would become more and more complex, so they needed an excellent team of mechanics to cooperate with them. The Central State City Mechanical Technique genius Tong Xiaoyu was in charge of the source energy machinery department, mainly responsible for designing the appearance and functions of various mechanical products. A research facility of 500 people was already a large scale in southern Xia. Chu Tian didn't mind having too many researchers. Miracle Commerce had money, so they weren't afraid of not having enough people. They were afraid of not having enough people. Chu Tian walked in and asked, "Old Yun, have there been any results recently?" "Of course there is." Yun Tianhe saw Chu Tian and immediately said with an excited expression, "Come with me." In a certain secret room, there was a small magnetic sound tower in the center with two black instruments on each side. Yun Tianhe pointed at it with a proud expression and said, "This is the communication device we've researched." Meng Qingwu said in a surprised voice, "I haven't been in the research facility for a few days, and you've already developed it?" Yun Tianhe gave a laugh. "Actually, there aren't any problems with the technology, since the chairman has completed the core part. After over 1,000 tests and over 200 adjustments, we've chosen a stable frequency to use for communication. After the initial tests, it has already been stabilized." Chu Tian said to Meng Qingwu, "Let's give it a try." Meng Qingwu was very interested and immediately walked in front of a communication device. The communication device was like a box, and there was a glowing source energy array on it. The source energy array had a clock-like hand, and around it were corresponding numbers. What use do these numbers have? How do we establish a communication relationship with different communication devices? After careful discussion, we finally came up with this design. Yun Tianhe pointed at the numbers and said, "Each communication device has a unique number. By entering the number through the communication device's dialing system, we can send a signal to the central communication tower. From this, we can establish a communication channel within the magnetic sound tower's range." It was a bit complicated. Meng Qingwu had learned quite a bit from Chu Tian, but for this kind of new technology, she still couldn't easily adapt to it. Yun Tianhe pointed at the number written on the device. "This one is numbered 001, and the chairman's number is 000. You just need to use the dial on the communication device and enter the other party's communication device number to establish a communication channel." This was truly mysterious. Meng Qingwu used her hand to turn the needle and pressed the number 0 3 times. The source energy array lit up, and a small amount of energy was released. Almost at the same time, the 000 communication device on Chu Tian's side also lit up. Meng Qingwu spoke into the communication device. "Can you hear me? Can you hear me?" A sound came out from the communication device in front of Chu Tian. After all, it was a signal transmitted through the magnetic sound tower, so it sounded a bit noisy, but it had already been transmitted. The magnetic sound tower could not only be used as a terminal to transmit signals, it could also be used as a medium for signal transmissions. It's really done. This invention is just too great. Meng Qingwu found this hard to believe. If this was popularized, how big of a change would it be to people's lives? Chu Tian was not satisfied with the communication device. It's not perfect enough. There are too many areas that need to be improved. For example, the sound isn't clear and stable enough. We should improve the magnetic sound tower's transmission array. Other than that, we can't reject an invited communication device, or else it will cause interference to the user. We need to create a mechanism to allow communication. Chu Tian gave a bunch of suggestions, and they were all very pertinent. Yun Tianhe nodded. Give us around half a month, and we'll definitely be able to make a perfect communication system. The core of the magnetic sound communication technology had been completed by Chu Tian. These minor things, Chu Tian would not meddle in. On one hand, it was too troublesome, and on the other hand, Chu Tian needed to train his own research team. Other than the breakthrough in the communication device, we've also combined the radio and phonograph together. Now we have the ability to carry it with us, and the magnetic sound tower has also been successfully constructed. Yun Tianhe never thought that these new technologies would have this many breakthroughs in a short period of time. The Miracle Broadcasting Station will officially start making money. Meng Qingwu was very excited. With these technologies in her hands, how could she worry about miracle commerce not rising? There are quite a few city lords and even envoys from other states that have come to Central State City to negotiate. They hope that we can build the magnetic sound tower there and create a local broadcasting system for them. Chu Tian did not give his opinion and just asked, "What do you think?" Miracle Commerce's service will be released sooner or later, but with the current situation, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. Meng Qingwu knit her brows and said, "We need an entire broadcasting team. Not only will it take a lot of time and effort, it will also make the team overstaffed. It will be hard to avoid technology leaks or other risks, so we haven't agreed yet." You're right to have this kind of consideration. Chu Tian paused for a bit. I have a way to avoid overstaffed teams. We only need one team in Central State City, and we'll create a broadcasting station that will allow the entire country to receive our broadcasts. How is this possible? Yun Tianhe and Meng Qingwu's eyes popped out. The magnetic sound signal technology was very perfect, but it had a flaw. It could only transmit sound within a magnetic field, and a large city needed several magnetic sound towers to cover it. This era was very sparsely populated. Between the two cities, there was a distance of 1,000 miles. If they wanted the magnetic sound towers to cover a state or even a country, they would need to build several million magnetic sound towers. With Miracle Commerce's financial resources and manpower, it was impossible to do this. Moreover, in the wilderness, there were many demon beasts. If a single magnetic sound tower was destroyed, the signal would not be able to pass. Chu Tian looked at the two of them and said, "Of course, it's not the method you're thinking of. We need a new material, and this material is called the ultra-wave crystal. We can build magnetic sound towers in other cities, and as long as we can find this crystal to complete our broadcasting station, our broadcasting system will be able to cover the entire country. Even our communication device will be able to cross continents. Cross continents. Wouldn't this be a perfect, super long-distance communication system? How much wealth and fame would this bring to Miracle Commerce? Immediately use all of Miracle Commerce's channels and find this crystal as soon as possible. Once you find it, immediately report to me." Chu Tian said this, and then added, The Yunsek's progress is faster than expected. The source energy computer won't be easy to complete. So let's do some other tasks. There was another new task. The Yunsek's research facility couldn't even take a break. But Yun Tianhe liked it. What project do you want to do now? Of course, it's a money-making project. Chu Tian revealed a mysterious smile. He first asked the two of them a question. In this world, what do you think is the most profitable product? This. If it was before, Meng Qinggu would not have hesitated to answer talismans and medicine because these two things were consumables and had a high profit margin. But ever since miracle commerce was established, the electric lights and canned food came out, completely subverting her view of the world. It was hard to imagine just the prospects of communication technology. I don't know. Yun Tianhe also said, don't keep us in suspense. How can we keep up with your thoughts? There are two kinds. The first is energy, and the second is military weapons. Energy? Military weapons? Chu Tian explained. You will understand in the future. Right now, the main energy source is crystal oil. Before most of the continent's powers can react, we have already taken the lead. Next, we will begin to develop military weapons. Your meaning is that miracle commerce will recruit refiners and begin to make large amounts of equipment. I will recruit refiners, but the weapons I want to make will not be the same as the traditional weapons. Chu Tian said to Meng Qinggu. The Yun sect will set up a military department and invest an additional 100 million gold coins in military weapons and energy. This will be our focus for the future. Chu Tian was not strong enough right now, but the time was ripe. The current miracle commerce had the foundation to produce new weapons. The rules of this world were that strength was respected. A true giant needed strength as a foundation. And the new source energy weapons would be a step further for Chu Tian's ambitions. Chapter 237. After Chu Tian decided to develop the weapon, he spent most of his time in the research facility. Because the source energy weapon was a secret among secrets, even Yun Tianhe and Meng Qingwu could not see it. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye from the central state chaos. There was still no news from Imperial City. But Imperial City's slow reaction was a good thing. It gave miracle commerce enough time to integrate the three families' resources. Meng Qinggu had already digested all the businesses that could be digested. As for the ones that were too far away or inconvenient to manage, they were given to their partners. In short, the 100-year-old businesses of the Ye family and the Luo family had disappeared in less than half a month. The Chu family had a relatively good ending among the three families. Although the Chu family's businesses had been swallowed by miracle commerce, the Chu family had not disappeared. They had now officially changed their name to the Chu sect. The Cloud sect was miracle commerce's research facility and scholar camp. The Chu sect was miracle commerce's martial arts hall and retainer camp. One scholarly and one martial, they complemented each other. After the three great families were overthrown, miracle commerce's pacification measures greatly benefited the citizens. Under Chu Tian's orders, Meng Qingwu took out a portion of the resources from the three great families' treasuries and distributed them to the citizens, or they invested in public funds, providing free construction for the citizens of Central State City. These were all things that the previous families would not have done. In the southern part of Central State City, there was a normal house. This was the Heavens Alliance headquarters. Lin Xian, the Lin siblings, and over 100 Heavens Alliance members lived nearby. Today was the day the Heavens Alliance gathered to discuss business. Everyone! Lin Fan stood in the simple hall, stepping on a broken stool. He held up a second-hand newspaper and excitedly said, Miracle Commerce just gave out 100,000 canned food to the poor people of Miracle Commerce. Yesterday, they sent people to build houses in the slums, and today they announced that they are giving out free medicine to the citizens, helping them with their health. That's not all. Lin Xian stood next to Lin Fan and excitedly added, "It's said that Miracle Commerce has invested 200 million gold coins worth of materials and cash, preparing to establish a foundation specifically for poor cultivators in Central State City. There aren't any conditions to nurture poor cultivators with potential. This really is good news for us. Long live my idol. Long live Miracle Commerce." The youth's blood was boiling. He was proud and excited. In this era of strict hierarchy and apathy, Miracle Commerce had really set a precedent. There had never been any family or power that would set up a charity foundation to help the poor children of commoners. But Chu Tian did it. Miracle Commerce did it. 200 million worth of resources and cash. That was a huge sum. Currently, the Heavenly Alliance had grown to 500 members. Their average age was less than 20 years old. From the poor to the noble young masters, Chu Tian had admirers from all walks of life. Of course, they were mainly young people from rich families. After all, with Lin Xian and Lin Fan's abilities, they were only low-level cultivators in Central State City, so they couldn't make friends with high-level people. However, the members of this organization were very young, very radical, and had great potential. So, they attracted the attention of many rich merchants. They all expressed that they wanted to buy or sponsor this organization. Because of this, they gave a price that was hard to refuse. In front of this kind of temptation, the brother and sister firmly refused. Although they were poor, they had integrity. The Heavenly Alliance's original intention was to be a hobby organization. Some people liked weapons, so they established a weapon hobbyist association. Some people liked herbs, so they established a herb hobbyist association. The Heavenly Alliance's essence was no different from the above. Here was a group of young people filled with dreams and ambitions, filled with passion. They all saw Chu Tian as their idol, encouraging each other, learning, and improving. They all wanted to follow Chu Tian's footsteps and witness the rise of a miracle empire. That was all. If this sacred belief was commercialized, it would completely change. So, the Heavenly Alliance could not be tainted by money. The others were very moved by this. They were even more convinced of the two's identity as leaders, cooperating with their every action. Before Central State City fell into chaos, the Heavens Alliance was often active in the poor areas where information was lacking. They would spread the story of Miracle Commerce and Chu Tian, letting more people know about this rising company. After Central State City fell into chaos, the Lin siblings and several hundred members organized themselves to pacify the people of Miracle Commerce, repairing the streets and building a positive image for Miracle Commerce. Miracle Commerce has done so much for Central State. We need to let more people know. That's right. Everyone's mission today is to split into 10 groups and go to the poorer areas to bring this good news to those who don't have the money to buy newspapers, letting them know that this is a chance to change their fate. Most of the Heavenly Alliance members were poor, so they understood the poor. Actually, whether it was Central State City or other cities, most of the lower-class citizens did not pay attention to the news. These people were willing to split a single copper coin. So how could they be willing to buy newspapers? This was the so-called birds of a feather. So their social circles were very closed off. It was because of this that they had to spread the news. Although Miracle Commerce was very strong, they did not have enough people. The Heavenly Alliance had to do everything they could to help Miracle Commerce. They hoped that Miracle Commerce would be kind and let those who needed it benefit. After the Lin siblings finished giving out their mission, everyone prepared to move. Big brother, big sister. There are so many luxurious beast carriages outside. A simple youth with a face covered in freckles came in to report. Lin Xian and Lin Fan looked at each other. It was most likely some merchants who did not give up. Truly annoying. How many times had they said that the Heavenly Alliance was the Heavenly Alliance? They would not sell it. But these rich and powerful people, they could not afford to offend them. So even though they were impatient, they had to meet them, so they could only patiently welcome them. After 4 or 5 beast carriages came to a stop, from the white rhinoceros carriage at the front, a young girl walked out. She looked even younger than the Lin siblings. Wah! Such a beautiful girl. Everyone's eyes were glued to her. This girl had a neat ponytail. Her green dress accentuated her perfectly round and tall silhouette. Her short skirt accentuated her willowy waist. Her pair of white and smooth thighs were slender and straight, making her look youthful and energetic. 2 strong men followed behind her, wearing the Underworld Mercenary Group's uniform. Although most people had never seen this girl before, they knew the Underworld Mercenary Group. Wasn't that the mercenary group controlled by Miracle Commerce? This was Miracle Commerce's people. Lin Xian and Lin Fan's jaws dropped. You're young Miss Meng Yingying. Yes, it's me. Meng Yingying stuck out her chest and revealed a sweet and friendly smile. Big sister told me to come visit you. President Meng Qingwu. Lin Xian was so excited, she almost jumped. President Meng Qingwu knows about us. That's right. Actually, Big Sister has been paying attention to you guys since South Sky City. Miracle Commerce knows everything you've done these past few months. Big Sister has praised you guys more than once. The goddess-like President Meng Qingwu actually noticed this small organization and even gave them a positive evaluation. Was this true? A large organization like Miracle Commerce would actually pay attention to a small grassroots organization. Meng Yingying saw the Heaven Alliance people's faces turn red. She smiled slightly. Big Sister originally wanted to find some time to personally come, but the company has been too busy recently, and she has a lot of work to do, so she can't come. She told me to come see you guys. I hope you don't mind. The Lin siblings excitedly said, "It's already an honor for us to be noticed by the president." Don't say that. You guys are very outstanding. Big Sister has high hopes for you guys, so keep working hard. Meng Yingying said up to here. Brother Mu, Brother Han, why aren't you taking out your gifts? Lin Mu and Fang Han walked over. The Heaven Alliance people were even more excited. Although they knew that the 2 of them were the Underworld mercenaries, they never thought that the 2 of them would be the leaders. These 2 were illustrious Soul Realm experts. They were people that Chu Tian's idol was training. Meng Qingwu opened a box. There are some pills and discs inside. There is also a limited edition radio and a limited edition phonograph outside, as well as 10 portable magnetic sound machines. The radio and magnetic sound machines have already been connected to Qilin Hall's pay channel and are valid for 3 years. I hope they will be of help to your cultivation. The radio, phonograph, and the latest magnetic sound machines were all precious products of Miracle Commerce. Since the gifts have been taken, I'll be leaving first. I hope you guys can keep working hard. Meng Yingying had the mercenaries put the box in, and without any hesitation, she left in a beast carriage. Lin Fan and Lin Xian had yet to recover from their ecstasy when the other youths impatiently opened the box. Bottles of precious pills appeared in front of them, all of which were top-grade pills that could assist in cultivation. There were dozens of Qi training pills alone. In addition, there were more than 20 Qilin Hall course discs. It was an entire series of cultivation techniques, which was very useful for these people. This is the magnetic sound machine. It has to be. Miracle Commerce has recently developed it. 10 silver, white devices appeared in the box. They were around the size of plates, with a black magnetic sound stone antenna and several buttons. They could be used to directly receive sound or to open a player. The Heaven Alliance's people would definitely know about Miracle Commerce's newest product. The magnetic sound machine was a new generation of media released by Miracle Commerce. It was a combination of a radio and phonograph, but it was smaller and lighter. Although the sound quality and the ability to receive signals were not as good as a radio or phonograph, it was very convenient and could be carried around. Miracle Commerce planned to sell 200,000 magnetic sound machines to Central State City in 10 days. The magnetic sound machines were very cheap, around 500 gold coins for one. The more expensive ones were around 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins. The middle-class people of Central State City could afford one. The main reason why Miracle Commerce sold the new magnetic sound machine so cheaply was because Miracle Commerce's profit was not from the machine, but rather from the magnetic sound machine's paid channels. Each magnetic sound machine had been processed with technology, so normal magnetic sound machines or radios could not receive paid channels. Only by spending money to buy an encrypted signal receiving array could the radios and magnetic sound machines receive a specific channel. The Chilean Hall was the most expensive. They would broadcast some basic cultivation techniques every day, and it would cost 10,000 gold coins every month. What these youths needed the most was a good teacher. The things that Meng Yingying had been ordered to deliver were what these youths needed the most. The Heaven Alliance's members never thought that this kind of small organization and activity would finally attract the attention of a high-level member of Miracle Commerce. This was already a great honor for a person. Chapter 238. Reporting to Elder Sister. Meng Yingying returned to the headquarters. I've delivered the things you requested, and they are all very happy, but I have a doubt. Since you've given them pills and the magnetic sound machine to help them cultivate, why didn't you give them some financial support? It seems like they are living a hard life. Meng Qingwu shook her head. Yingying, you have to understand that going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Meng Yingying was confused and didn't understand. Since she wanted to help others, she should help them to the end. With Miracle Commerce's current strength and scale, they could casually take out 2-3 million gold coins. When Meng Qingwu was about to explain, Elder Sister Qingwu, Feng Kaidai quickly ran in. I've received news that Father has returned, and he has brought an Imperial City envoy with him. I'm afraid he has been sent by Imperial City to investigate the chaos in Central State. What? Someone from Imperial City came. The two sisters couldn't help feeling nervous. What kind of status does the Imperial City envoy have? I don't know either. Meng Qingwu was most worried that the Imperial City envoy would come from the Shangguan family. Chu Tian had offended the Shangguan family quite a bit, and it was fine if he only crippled a Shangguan family elder, but in Thunder State, he had heavily injured the Western Marquis successor. The Western Marquis was a very important branch of the Shangguan family. Please don't send someone from the Shangguan family. Otherwise, she didn't know how this matter would develop. Meng Qingwu did not dare delay, and immediately called Yingying to the Yun sect to forcefully pull out Chu Tian. When Chu Tian learned of the envoy from Imperial City, he slightly knit his brows. Now that Central State belonged to Miracle Commerce, and Miracle Commerce had the support of the people in Central State, if Imperial City wanted to forcefully remove Miracle Commerce, it would not be an easy matter. Shun Fengho has arrived. Imperial City's envoy Nangongji has arrived. An elegant middle-aged man in a green robe and a middle-aged man in crimson armor walked in. The Nangong family's envoy, Feng Kaidai, revealed a look of joy. Chu Tian, Meng Qingwu, and Meng Yingying were all guests of the Nangong family. Nangong Yun was the genius of the Nangong family. Since she was a member of the Nangong family, she should be easier to talk to. Chu Tian and Meng Qingwu looked solemn because they both knew that the Nangong family was not united. Otherwise, with Nangong Yi's talent and ability, how could he not be nurtured? If they weren't given priority training, then it would have been fine. but the two of them had been sent to the remote South Sky City. This clearly showed that they were preparing to marginalize this talented father and daughter pair. The position of foreign minister of the Nangong family was recommended by Nangong after he became an elder. It was not a high position and might not be useful. Who is Chu Tian? Nangongji swaggered over. Come out yourself. This attitude was not friendly at all. Chu Tian knit his brows. The situation was not clear, and he did not want to offend the Nangong family, for no reason. He cupped his fists and pretended to be polite. This one is Chu Tian. I greet the envoy, Bull Chu Tian. Nangongji's eyes turned sharp. You incited chaos in Central State, destroying the three great families, causing tens of thousands of casualties and rivers of blood, shocking the entire country. What is even more unforgivable is that you surrounded the mayor's palace and treated the mayor as nothing. You are arrogant and cannot be forgiven. Chu Tian gave a cold laugh. Then how will the kingdom deal with me? Nangongji snorted and said, Please bring out the royal proclamation. An official respectfully opened a purple gold box and took out a golden scroll from inside. It was even more beautiful than the calm martial ruler's royal proclamation. Nangongji loudly shouted, The royal proclamation is in front of you. Why aren't you kneeling down? Chu Tian stood straight on the spot. Fuck, father doesn't even kneel before a demonic god, not to mention a trivial Southern Xia's little king. A single calm martial ruler had the authority to kill 3 clans. With the royal proclamation in front of him, if he offended the royal might, the consequences would be even more serious. Envoy Nangong. Shen Fengho knew Chu Tian's temper. Chu Tian is a famous scholar of Central State. His knowledge is even above Yun Tianhe's, according to my country's laws. Famous scholars have the right to not kneel before the king. Scholar? What a joke. You think you're a scholar. Nangongji broke out in laughter. All right, since Shen Fengho is speaking for you, I'll forgive you of your crime of looking down on the royal might. Nangongji did not place Chu Tian in his eyes at all. Read the royal proclamation. The Central State chaos has resulted in tens of thousands of deaths and rivers of blood shaking the southern summer country. This is a chaos rarely seen in 100 years. Central State's Chu Tian led bandits from the 4 states lake into the city, participating in the family battle, placing the Central State City Lord under house arrest, using the storm cavalry, and not even reporting to the imperial court to annex the Chu, Luo, and Yi families' property. This is a serious violation of the Southern Summer laws, so he should be heavily punished. The Meng Qingwu sisters' faces turned ugly. Someone must have gone to Imperial City to complain, and they even avoided the main point, only talking about the process and the result. This person's heart was clearly trying to kill Chu Tian. However, Chu Tian and Thunder State have killed the foreign demons and saved the people of Thunder State. This is a great merit. This merit will be put aside for now, and an envoy, Nangongji, will be sent to Central State to investigate the truth of the Central State chaos before deciding on rewards and punishments. Central State must cooperate with the investigation. The royal decree finished reading. Shen Fengho and the Golden Arrow Marquis were in Imperial City. So when the news reached Imperial City, the two of them would do their best to help Chu Tian. Because of this, the Southern Summer King made the decision to not reward or punish. From the royal decree, the results of the investigation were very important. Whether it was a large reward or a large punishment, it was all in the hands of Nangongji, the Imperial City envoy. Shen Fengho said to Nangongji, The envoy must be tired from the long journey, so this marquis will prepare a banquet to wash away the dust on the envoy's journey. This investigation is not urgent. Then I'll have to trouble the marquis. Nangongji swaggered off after saying this. Unfair. The Southern Summer King is unfair. Meng Yingying angrily stood up. Chu Tian saving Thunder State is a fact, and how many tens of thousands of people did he save? The Central State chaos that killed tens of thousands of people was caused by the three great clans, and we were only defending ourselves. How could this matter be blamed on us? It's fine if the Southern Summer King doesn't reward us, but he sent this hateful envoy. Isn't this disgusting? Meng Qingwu helplessly shook her head. Ying, lower your voice. Don't let the envoy hear you. I've already heard about your matter. Shen Fengho shook his head at Chu Tian. This matter was too sudden. It's a good thing I was in Imperial City. Otherwise those people in Imperial City would have worked together to deal with you. The situation in Imperial City was very dangerous. There was no need to ask to know that it was most likely the Shangguan family that wanted to deal with him. Of course, there were some powers that were affected by miracle commerce. I've tried to prevent the Shangguan family from making an appearance, so I've sent the Nangong family's envoy. This Nangong Ji is an important person, so if he has any requests, try to satisfy them as much as you can. From Shun Fengho's expression, the situation was even more serious than he imagined. You don't have any allies in Imperial City. If you offend the Nangong family, it will be hard for you to move forward in the future. Chu Tian did not care about Shun Fengho's kind reminder. When did father care about these dogs' faces? Nangong Ji's attitude just now was to give Chu Tian a show of strength, making Chu Tian feel helpless and panicking. Then he would ruthlessly extort him. What a joke! Chu Tian was a person who could be persuaded, but not cowed. Shen Fengho did not know what Chu Tian was thinking. You should properly prepare yourselves. If you want to attend tonight's banquet, it's best if you bring Nangong Yun as well. No matter what, miracle commerce has a part in the Nangong family, so perhaps they will give you some face based on mutual benefits. He might as well go take a look. Chu Tian did not want to know what this so-called envoy was planning. When Nangong Yun found out that someone from her family had come, her eyebrows almost reached the sky. Nangong Yun did not have many feelings for her family because her family had always given her a bad impression. Her father had always been ostracized by the family, and after Nangong Yun was tested to have a strong innate talent, she had suffered all kinds of jealousy and suppression. Many years ago, Nangong Yi had been sent to South Sky City to be a lone city lord. The young Nangong Yun had followed him to this remote and desolate place. South Sky City did not have cultivation resources, so her cultivation speed was very slow. But in the few years she had been in Central State, she had felt very happy. If she had a choice, even if the family was willing to train her again, she did not want to return to that oppressive place. Chu Tian comforted Nangong Yun and said, "Don't worry, I'm here." "That's right, there's still me." Ying. Meng Ying volunteered. She rolled up her snow-white sleeves. "If that fellow from the Nangong family dares to bully you, Ying will help you beat him up." Meng Qingwu was helpless against the two of them. "Save it. Nangong Ji is a senior elder of the Nangong family, and the senior elders of the three great families are at least true soul realm cultivators. Can't you see that even Shen Fengho has to give him some face?" Meng Ying said. "So what if he's a true soul realm cultivator? It's not like we haven't beaten them before. Aren't the three great families, remote elders, all true soul realm cultivators?" Meng Qingwu sighed and said, "It's not the same. Nangong Ji doesn't count for anything. What we need to fear is the Nangong family behind him, or even the Southern Summer King. Don't think about it too much." Chu Tian was not worried at all. "Just obediently attend the banquet with me. Eat and drink. I'll take care of everything else." That night, they arrived at the mayor's palace. The first thing Shen Fengho did when he came back was to push Mayor Feng Yunlong to the position of vice mayor, personally taking over the position of Central State City's mayor. Shin Fengho could see that his useless little brothers did not have the ability to be the mayor. Having them govern Central State would only make it more chaotic. The banquet began. When Nangong Ji saw Nangong Yun, his eyes flashed with a strange glow. I never thought I would see a descendant of the Nangong family here. Nangong Yi is a junior with potential, so the family sent him to Central State to train him. I think he won't have any complaints. Nangong Yun said with knit brows. Father is already used to living in Central State City. That's good. Nangong Ji nodded his head in satisfaction. Nangong Yi has good eyes and is very lucky, since he cooperated with Miracle Commerce in advance, and the two chairmen of Miracle Commerce are guests of the Nangong family. The family will naturally take care of you. Everyone was silent. Did Nangong Ji suddenly change his personality? Did his attitude become more gentle? That might not be the case. This was a two-pronged strategy of using the stick and the carrot. First, he would give Miracle Commerce a show of strength, and then he would give Miracle Commerce a bit of comfort. Then he would open his mouth wide. However, Miracle Commerce has caused quite a bit of trouble this time. Although you have a relationship with the Nangong family, I came to Central State on the king's orders, so I represent the kingdom. I can't harm the public for personal reasons, so I hope you can understand me. Nangong Ji had a righteous look on his face. I understand. Chu Tian softly asked, then what is the king's envoy's meaning? I have just investigated the reason for the chaos in Central State. This time the three families brought about their own destruction, so the main fault is not on you. However, Miracle Commerce's act of swallowing the three great families has not only violated the family's benefits, it has also violated the Southern Summer King's great taboo. This has caused many large characters in Imperial City to be dissatisfied. It has to be known that in terms of experience, prestige, background, and reputation, Miracle Commerce is far from being able to compete with them. Now that they are dominating Central State, how could the other old families be convinced? How could the Southern Summer King be at ease? Nangong Ji said this and suddenly paused. For the time being, if we want to survive, Miracle Commerce must be completely open to the families. According to the Nangong family's flame, departing marquis, Miracle Commerce will become one of the Nangong family's businesses. Only like this can you be safe. The expressions of Meng Qinggu and the others all changed. Miracle Commerce had developed to its current scale with great difficulty. The Nangong family was fine, but they wanted to swallow them with a single sentence? Chu Tian was not angry or shocked. If we lose Miracle Commerce, wouldn't we be eating nothing? You can be assured of this. Nangong Ji said, the flame-departing marquis will give the order to raise your status as a guest official to a secondary official. Your status will be the same as a senior elder. As long as you continue to work for the Nangong family for 10 years, you will be given the title of a high official. Your status will be even higher than a senior elder. I understand. Chu Tian smiled. This also means that not only do we have to give the company to the Nangong family, we also have to work like a horse for you for 10 years. Shin Fengho's face also sunk. The Nangong family was truly insatiable. Chapter 239. Among the original partners of Miracle Commerce, Chu Tian held around 70% of the shares, firmly holding a dominant position. The Meng Qingwu sisters were second, and Nangong Yun was third. Although Nangong Yun's shares were not high among the original partners, she was still a very important member. She had the advantage of being the first to join, making it hard for the others to catch up. Therefore, with the development of Miracle Commerce, Nangong Yun's position and wealth would increase. It was because Miracle Commerce had the interests of the Nangong family. So Shun Fengho thought that if the Nangong family came forward, the situation would be easier to solve. But who would have thought that it would be like this? Impudent! You dare speak to me like this? Nangong Ji angrily slapped the table. How many people want to enter the Nangong family? An inferior official position is already a large gift. Not to mention that the departing Flame Marquis has personally guaranteed that as long as one wholeheartedly works for the Nangong family for 10 years, they will immediately be promoted to an upper official position. The Nangong family only has a few upper official positions. What qualifications do you have to be dissatisfied with this? Inferior official, upper official? Chu Tian gave a cold laugh. I'm very sorry, not to mention a trivial departing flame marquis promise. Even if you give me the Burning Sun Ruler's title, I won't exchange it for miracle commerce. How bold! Flames rose up and covered Nangongji's body. You dare insult the ruler, I'll cripple you first. Cripple me? Chu Tian coldly ordered. Chun Bingyu, cripple him for me first. Even if Nangongji was a true soul expert, he was only in the 7th awakened soul layer. He was around the same level as the giant shark gang's old fifth yu, so how could he be Chun Bingyu's match? Wait a minute! Shen Fenghe wanted to stop the situation when he saw it was bad, but it was too late. Chun Bingyu was faster than he imagined, and with a wave of her hand, several snowflakes flew out. Shen Fenghe blocked half of them, and the rest fell onto Nangongji's body. Ah! Nangongji screamed miserably on the spot. The weak and powerless snowflakes all landed on Nangongji's body. The frigid power instantly froze all of his meridians, and then they exploded. Puff! Nangongji spat out a mouthful of blood that was filled with ice shards. His face was pale as he sat on the ground, his face filled with fear and regret. It's over! This woman destroyed all the meridians in her body, completely crippling her cultivation. Although Chun Bingyu wasn't weak, she shouldn't be that strong unless she had successfully broken through her bottleneck. Shen Fenghe looked at Chun Bingyu in astonishment. When he sensed the aura exuding from Chun Bingyu's expression, Shen Fenghe was shocked. He really broke through. Chun Bingyu was currently in the 9th awakened soul layer. Other than those above the 8 marquises, it would be hard to find an expert that could suppress her. Chun Bingyu had already become the strongest battle strength under the 8 marquises. You haven't even investigated how the 3 great families were destroyed. You want to cripple me with your current appearance? Chu Tian walked over and kicked Nangongji to the ground, directly splashing a cup of wine on his face. Waste, listen well. Help me send a message to whatever departing flame marquis. Anyone that dares to touch miracle commerce will end up like you. Nangongji shouted in a voice filled with fear. You are declaring war on the Nangong family. Declaring war on the Nangong family? Chun Bingyu coldly looked at Nangongji and said, Can you represent the Nangong family? Nangongji looked at this woman, and his body suddenly trembled. You are Chun Bingyu. Chun Bingyu always had a black veil covering her face, and she didn't like to talk. She was acting like a bodyguard beside Chu Tian, so Nangongji did not notice her at all. At this moment, Nangongji finally recognized this person's identity. Actually, Chun Bingyu had a deep relationship with the Nangong family. Chun Bingyu had been a retainer of the Nangong family since she was a teenager. Later she became a guest official and was even promoted to a secondary official. She had quite a high position in the Nangong family, but because her cultivation had reached a bottleneck and she wanted to find a way to break through, Chun Bingyu applied to leave the Nangong family. At that time, it was the Burning Sun Ruler who personally approved it. The Burning Sun Ruler was very optimistic about Chun Bingyu's talent. He believed that Chun Bingyu's future achievements would not be lower than his own. The Nangong family's cultivation style was different from Chun Bingyu's. So if Chun Bingyu was forcefully kept in the Nangong family, it would instead restrict Chun Bingyu's growth. The Burning Sun Ruler did not want to see a super genius disappear. After Chun Bingyu left the Nangong family, she had traveled for several years, but she had no harvests and her cultivation had not advanced an inch. When she met Shen Fengho in Central State, she was a bit disheartened. Because she had a bit of friendship with Shen Fengho, she agreed to Shen Fengho's request to stay in Central State Academy as a vice principal. Chun Bingyu had a deep relationship with the Nangong family. If she hadn't taken the initiative to leave the Nangong family, she would have already been promoted to a high-ranking official. Her position would be even higher than these senior elders. From her actions just now, this woman had clearly broken through a bottleneck and was much stronger than before. She was such a proud person. How could she become Chu Tian's subordinate? Impossible. This was impossible. Chun Bingyu, the Nangong family has treated you well, but you actually treat the Nangong family like this. Nangguan Yun, as a member of the Nangong family, you actually colluded with outsiders to deal with the family. This is simply rebelling against the family. Noisy, making people feel annoyed. Chu Tian impatiently waved his hand. Beat this waste for me and throw him outside. Several people from Miracle Commerce surrounded him and gave him a beating. Then they threw Nangong Ji out of the city lord's palace with his head bleeding. You will regret this. You will definitely regret this. Nangong Ji's mournful voice disappeared into the night, and the banquet was filled with silence. Meng Yingying had a happy expression on her face. If Shen Fengho was not here, she would have praised Chu Tian. Impulsive, impulsive. Shen Fengho gave a helpless sigh. Even if we don't agree to his request, there is no need to waste him. Doing this is too ruthless. There is no way to save him. Meng Qingwu also felt this was too much. Nangong Ji is still a senior elder of the Nangong family. Doing this will offend the Burning Sun ruler and the Marquis of the Nangong family. That's right. The departing flame Marquis was a Marquis from the Nangong family, and Nangong Ji was clearly a pawn of the departing flame Marquis. It was not a big deal to offend the departing flame Marquis. With Miracle Commerce's current strength, even if they dealt with one of the 8 marquises, they would not be able to do anything to Miracle Commerce. After all, the Nangong family had a ruler overseeing them. The Burning Sun ruler and the Calm Martial ruler were both famous, and the 8 marquises had to listen to the 3 rulers. Once the 3 rulers were angered, it would be hard to imagine what would happen. Even if the Burning Sun ruler was not mentioned, Nangong Ji had come to Central State with the identity of a royal envoy. He had come to Central State to investigate under the Southern Summer King's orders. In the end, the Southern Summer King had sent someone tens of thousands of miles to Central State, but in less than a day, he had been wasted by Chu Tian. If this matter was spread through Imperial City, where would the Southern Summer King's face go? Wasn't this slapping the Southern Summer King in the face? How could a king be provoked? Not only would this offend the 3 rulers, it would also offend the Southern Summer King. Could Central State City resist the Southern Summer King's anger? Don't worry. Chu Tian was not worried at all. I'll find someone to speak up for me in Imperial City. Shen Fengho knit his brows. You've offended the Shangguan family and the Nangong family. You've offended 2 of the 3 great families, and only the Dongfang family is left. The problem is that the Dongfang family does not have any interest in Central State, so it will be hard for them to make a connection. Not to mention that finding a person with enough weight, or at least someone who can see the king at any time, is not an easy matter. It is because they do not have any interest that the Dongfang family is more suitable to use. As for who to choose, Chu Tian deliberately paused to whet their appetite before slowly saying, "We'll let the Calm Martial ruler help us. What do you think?" What? The Calm Martial ruler? Was Chu Tian crazy? The Dongfang family is the head of the 3 great families, and the Calm Martial ruler is the #1 minister in the Southern Summer Country. If the calm martial ruler is willing to speak up for us, not to mention crippling a senior elder of the Nangong family, even if we cripple the departing flame marquis, there would still be room for negotiation. Shen Fengho said this. But why would a person like the calm martial ruler speak up for miracle commerce? Although you have done a great merit in Thunder State, this merit and the chaos in Central State cancel each other out. I'm prepared to give the calm martial ruler a gift, Chu Tian said to them. When the calm martial ruler sees this gift, he will definitely stand by our side. He will even personally open a path for miracle commerce and establish a foundation for miracle commerce in Imperial City, inviting miracle commerce to enter Imperial City. Is this possible? The gift is in the Yun sect. If you don't believe me, then come with me. Although Chu Tian was very conceited, he would never say anything. This was something Shen Fengho knew. No matter how mysterious it was, if Chu Tian could say it, then it would be possible. Shen Fengho couldn't help being very curious. With the calm martial ruler's status, what kind of treasure had he not seen? What kind of thing could move a person like the calm martial ruler? He had to take a look first. Perhaps there really would be a pleasant surprise. Chu Tian led everyone to the Yun sect's research facility and into a secret research room. In the entire research room, there was only a white-haired old man who was currently studying something. Marquis, Chairman, why have you come? Chu Tian said to Yun Tianhe. Old Yun, what do you think? I still don't understand a bit. Yun Tianhe seemed to be studying a strange thing. This source energy weapon you developed, how does it work? Weapon? Source energy weapon. The gift that Chu Tian wanted to give the calm martial ruler. Was it a new weapon? Meng Qingwu seemed to understand something. If you don't understand, then don't study it. Chu Tian gestured to Shen Fengho beside him. The Marquis wants to see this weapon, so let's take it out for the Marquis to see first. Yun Tianhe took out a strange weapon from a sealed crystal box and respectfully placed it in front of them. This was the first time Meng Qingwu, Meng Yingying, and Nan Gongyan had seen this thing. They felt that it was very strange. It didn't seem like a weapon at all. Chu Tian took it out. This thing is called a spear. Spear? What spear? Is this what a spear looks like? Nan Gongyan knit her brows. Don't lie to me. Wasn't a spear supposed to be a long-handle weapon? Chu Tian's spear completely subverted everyone's understanding. This thing was a bit bigger than a palm and could be held in a single hand. There was 100 milliliters of source energy battery that was embedded in the groove. Because it was an experimental product, the design was very rough. Meng Qingwu stared at this strange-looking weapon, and her brain suddenly felt a stabbing pain. A memory slowly surfaced. In the ancient era, there was a gnome race that invented a crystal projectile device. It could shoot out high-energy crystal spikes that had a very strong destructive might. Isn't this spear similar to the gnome's weapon? Shen Fengho and Yun Tianhe looked at Meng Qingwu with a strange look. Chu Tian was already used to it. Meng Qingwu's source spirit was very special. It was a knowledge-increasing source spirit, so she could often awaken some ancient memories and knowledge. It's not completely the same. Chu Tian replied, the gnome race's crystal spike projectile uses spirit energy as a source of energy to shoot out the crystal spikes. Through a destructive array engraved on the crystal spikes have a very strong destructive and penetrating power. This weapon is not bad, but it is very troublesome to make. It has a very high requirement of materials, so the cost is naturally very high. Moreover, the crystal weapons are not very stable. If they meet an impact, high temperatures, or other disturbances, they can explode and threaten the user's life. Shen Fengho quickly asked, what is the principle behind your spear? This seemingly simple spear was actually very complicated. From the special source energy battery to the muzzle to the handle, There were at least 300 runes connected to it. There were also 5 key locations that were powered by source energy arrays. Other than people like Chu Tian, a normal scholar would not be able to make this even if they studied it for a lifetime. This spear uses the source energy battery to generate energy. It does not have any restrictions on the user's cultivation base and does not require any special materials, so it can be considered a fully automatic source energy weapon. It is easy to make, has excellent performance, and the effects are not bad. Chu Tian put away the source energy pistol, but no matter how much I say, you won't understand. Seeing is believing, so come with me to the laboratory to test its power. Chapter 240. In the Yun Sek's secret laboratory, there was a metal target. The metal target was made of a kind of iron alloy, with a melting point of over 3,000 degrees, far surpassing normal steel. It was around 4 times harder than normal steel, and was the main material used to make armor for soldiers. The metal target was around 10 centimeters thick, which was equivalent to 6 layers of armor. If a triple awakened soul cultivator did not have a peak defensive cultivation technique, their defensive abilities would not be higher than this. Chu Tian had specially made this target to test the new weapon's abilities. If the source energy pistol could cause enough damage to this metal target, it would prove that Chu Tian's weapon could kill any soldier. It could even harm a triple awakened soul cultivator. This was a milestone invention. Please step aside, otherwise you'll be injured. Chu Tian specially put on a pair of protective gloves and activated the Starlight Immortal Body. After all, this gun had just been made, and it was just an experimental product. Chu Tian was not a professional in making weapons. If it was unstable and exploded, his hands would be crippled, so he had to protect himself well. Watch carefully. Chu Tian raised the source energy pistol, aimed at the metal target, and pulled the trigger. The muzzle of the gun released a dazzling glow. What shocked everyone was that the originally stable source energy battery was quickly evaporating. The runes on the gun lit up, and several source energy arrays began to activate, releasing a terrifying energy fluctuation. Pung! A light flashed in front of everyone's eyes. The metal target was directly broken by a strong force, and 4 or 5 red-hot fragments fell to the ground. The center of the target was even showing signs of melting. Everyone's eyes opened wide, instantly tearing apart a target that was 6 times as thick as metal armor. What kind of power was this? Instantly melting an iron alloy with a melting point of 3,000 degrees. What kind of energy was this? The energy bullet shot from the source energy pistol had the power of a normal 4th awakened soul layer cultivator. The temperature of the energy instantly reached 10,000 degrees. Everyone was petrified. So strong. So strong. Meng Yingying was the quickest to react. She immediately applauded and shouted, "Chu Tian, you must make one for me." Oh my God! Meng Qingwu's beautiful eyes widened. How is this possible? Yun Tianhe was filled with disbelief. How did he do this? It's too strong. Once this kind of weapon is put into mass production, just thinking about it makes one's hair stand on end. The one who was most shocked was Shen Fengho. I'm not dreaming, right? In a daze, Shen Fengho walked to the broken metal target. Ignoring the scalding hot fragments, he picked one up and felt a burning pain. It seemed like it wasn't a dream. His eyes were fixed on the metal alloy fragments, as if he still could not believe the reality before his eyes. How hateful! Why wasn't this guy born a few years earlier? If he had been born a few years earlier, many soldiers of southern Xia would have been spared from dying on the battlefield. Shen Fengho's entire family had died on the battlefield. His older brother, younger brother, father, and even his wife, they had all died at the hands of the spirit beasts. In the last battle, His wife had risked her life to attract the attention of the spirit beasts, allowing Shen Fengho to survive. Moreover, he had destroyed the main force of the spirit beasts, becoming one of the 8 marquises. The honor of a marquis. How many people dreamed of it? To Shen Fengho, this was exchanged with the lives of his family and his wife. This was a heavy burden. It was because of this that after Shen Fengho was given the title of Central State, he did not have the heart to fight for fame and fortune. He lived a carefree life. If this weapon could be used in Southern Xia's army, would Southern Xia still pay such a heavy price? Would the Spirit Beast Kingdom still be this arrogant and overbearing, invading their borders? Everyone looked at Shen Fengho. Sometimes they were sad, sometimes they were excited, sometimes they were talking to themselves, and sometimes they were laughing. Everyone looked at each other in blank dismay. What was wrong with this Shen Fengho? This fellow couldn't have been stimulated, and his mind became abnormal, right? Shen Fengho took a long time to recover. He finally understood why Chu Tian was so confident that the calm martial ruler would help him. The calm martial ruler was Southern Xia's military god and the commander of the northern spirit beasts. The calm martial ruler had been fighting against the spirit beasts for several years. This new source energy weapon was more precious than any treasure to the calm martial ruler. This is a great invention that will change history. Shen Fengho quickly asked, "When can this weapon be mass-produced?" "It's not possible right now. The barrel has melted and the runes have been destroyed, so we need to strengthen this aspect." After Chu Tian fired it once, the gun in his hand almost deformed. "I need to find better materials. As for the production cost, it won't be too expensive and can be mass-produced in a factory. The key parts of the source energy array need to be carved manually." Shen Fengho was filled with excitement. If this weapon could be mass-produced, it would definitely change the northern front lines. If a single source energy pistol could produce this much power, what kind of effect would 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 of them have? If they all fired at the same time, they would be able to instantly destroy an elite spirit beast army. Yun Tianhe asked in a curious voice, "Where does this energy come from?" "Of course, it's the source energy battery." Chu Tian took out the source energy battery and gave it to Yun Tianhe to look at. The source energy battery is different from the normal energy extraction array. This is a very efficient energy extraction array, so it can instantly extract a large amount of energy from the source energy battery and use it to launch a powerful attack. The source energy battery's main material was crystal oil. This crystal oil was very, very cheap. This source energy pistol needed 100 milliliters of energy magazine, and around 40-50 milliliters of crystal oil was enough. If a small oil mine used all of its energy to produce crystal oil, it could produce over 100,000 tons of energy each year. If the output of a small oil mine was dedicated to the production of energy magazines, tens of millions of energy magazines could be produced every year. The cost of this weapon was not high at all, not to mention the fact that the people of the continent had not discovered the value of crystal oil yet. Even if they discovered it in the future and began to occupy large amounts of oil mines with the current crystal oil reserves on the continent, the price of crystal oil would not be high for a long time. It would become a consumable resource for the masses. Only after around 10,000 years would the crystal oil reserves in the main areas begin to show signs of exhaustion. Chu Tian had enough energy, but it was not enough to increase the cost. The source energy weapon has 3 advantages. First, it is very cheap to make. Second, the materials are easy to find, which means it is easy to mass produce. Third, the source energy weapon is very easy to use. Although it does not have as many functions as talismans, anyone can use it. It is not like talismans that require a certain cultivation base and skill in talismans to use. If this source energy pistol was in the hands of a normal person, they would be able to kill an early awakened soul cultivator in one shot. So when a new weapon came out, it would definitely have a subversive meaning. Subversive meant a business opportunity. The continent was in turmoil, and the various countries were in chaos. If a new weapon came out, it would definitely have the ability to change the continent. Meng Qinggu finally understood Chu Tian's words. Military weapons were perhaps one of the most profitable businesses in the world. In the end, if Miracle Commerce could grasp the most advanced weapon manufacturing technology on the continent, then Miracle Commerce would be able to raise its own strong army. At that time, they would be able to set up their headquarters in a suitable place. They would be able to establish their own territory and become their own king. It would not be like now, where they would be influenced by kingdoms and other powers. Yun Tianhe asked, "What improvements do we need to make now?" First, it is naturally a problem with the materials. We need to find materials that can withstand high temperatures. Second, we need to improve the array and make the energy gather faster. High-density energy stays for a short period of time, so it will consume less energy. It will also increase the firing speed and increase the power of the weapon. Third, we need to improve the battery design. This battery's energy density is not high enough. I only shot it once, but it used up a third of the battery's energy. In other words, this battery can only be used 2 or 3 times. This is clearly not enough. Fourth, we need to design a better structure to make the weapon more stable and safe. Chu Tian had already completed the core technology, so the optimization was left to the various departments of the research. Everyone was already impatient to see the new weapon appear. "Around how long will it take?" Shen Fengho asked. "The Imperial City side can't wait that long." Chu Tian replied, "No, I'm not prepared to wait until the design is complete before sending it out. I think we can send it out in a few days." Meng Yingying asked, "If we send an incomplete product to the calm martial ruler, won't that lower his evaluation of us?" "It won't." Before Chu Tian could say anything, Meng Qingwu answered for him. "This weapon's design is already very stunning. Even if it is a defective product, the calm martial ruler will still feel its value. It is because the product is defective that the calm martial ruler will protect us even more, giving us enough time to perfect it. If we send out a perfect product right from the start, we might attract more trouble. After all, a person's heart is hard to predict." It wasn't that he didn't believe the calm martial ruler. It was best to test the calm martial ruler's attitude first. Chu Tian used a precious metal to make a new pistol overnight. This metal was 10 times more expensive than gold, but it was very resistant to heat, and it was very strong, not melting in use. Chu Tian made several energy magazines and placed them in a sealed crystal box. He wrote a letter and prepared to send it to Imperial City. "I'm worried about others, so I'll personally go." Shen Fengho knew how important this matter was. There was no one in Central State that could threaten Chu Tian, and his 2 younger brothers had been stripped of their authority. Miracle Commerce could cover the sky with one hand. At least they had the largest territory in Central State and did not need to worry about being attacked. If Shen Fengho was willing to run errands, that was naturally for the best. When Chu Tian gave the things to Shen Fengho, he immediately gave an order to the Research Institute. In half a month, they did not need to worry about money or waste. They had to create a stable source energy pistol blueprint. Other than that, they had to prepare for production. Once the blueprint was complete, they would immediately begin production. The source energy pistol could not compare to the magnetic sound machine. Its structure was too complex. Not only did it require a perfect design, it also required energy, arrays, and materials. However, Chu Tian had completed the core technology and was personally in charge of this research. The Yunsek's Research Institute was filled with scholars, so with several hundred people working overtime, There was more than enough time. The Source Energy Array Improvement Task was given to the Source Energy Array Research Department to be completed by Yun Tianhe. The Energy Magazine research was given to the Energy Department to be completed by Meng Qingwu. The gun structure was given to the Design Department to be personally done by Tong Xiaoyu. As for the improvement of the materials, it was not difficult. The newly established Military Weapons Department was in charge of it. The Military Weapons Department had recruited more than a dozen famous refiners in the Central Plains. These refiners were experts in forging weapons and armor, and they had a high understanding of metals. They would definitely find suitable and stable materials. Other than that, Chu Tian was also working hard to find the ultra-wave crystal. This was also an important material for Miracle Commerce's expansion. Meng Qingwu gave Chu Tian a bit of information. It was said that Central State had discovered a special crystal mine that had characteristics similar to the ultra-wave crystal. Moreover, this mine was quite close to South Sky City, so Chu Tian felt that he needed to take a look at it. Of course, the mine could not run away, so dealing with Imperial City was the most important thing. Chapter 241. With the improvement of the Source Energy pistols, the amount of work in the research facility increased. Meng Qingwu was not only the main person in charge of the Yun sect, she also had to manage the company, not even having time to rest. Her elder sister was very busy, making Meng Yingying feel a bit of pain in her heart. Only Meng Yingying knew that she didn't have enough skills. Other than being in charge of the canned food production and the Source Energy restaurants, she couldn't help with anything else. Nangong Yun and Yun Yao were busy expanding Qilin Hall, so they hadn't seen them for several days. What about elder sister Feng Kaidai? She wasn't any better. Chu Tian had appointed her as the media company's chairman and Miracle Radio station head. Feng Katie's voice was very pleasant to hear, and she was very beautiful. Moreover, she was very talented, so she was very famous in Central State. The programs she personally broadcast were very popular, and she had become the most beloved person in the hearts of the people of Central State City. When Meng Yingying was worrying about not being able to help, a Miracle Commerce employee quickly ran over. "Second young miss, the chairman is asking for you." This bad person, truly hateful. Meng Yingying was filled with a stomach full of anger. "I can't help because I don't have the skills, but what about that fellow? He was clearly very smart and capable, but he gave all the hard work to others. He brought the fox around to eat, drink, and play. This was too outrageous." No one in Miracle Commerce dared to criticize Chu Tian. Nangong Yun and Feng Kaidai worshipped Chu Tian. Yun Yao and Meng Qingwu respected Chu Tian. And Yun Tianhe and the others followed Chu Tian's lead. Thinking about it like this, the only person that dared to point at Chu Tian and say that he wasn't, it was probably only my young Miss Yingying. That's right. Although I can't help elder sister, I can teach Chu Tian a lesson and then pull Chu Tian into the research facility to help. Elder sister and grandpa Yun would need several days to finish this, but if it was Chu Tian, he could finish it in just a few minutes. He would definitely be able to share quite a bit of pressure with everyone. That's right. Meng Yingying had found her mission. Where is he? The president has been at the animal hide processing factory on the outskirts of the city. What was he doing at the leather factory? All right, I got it. Meng Yingying went to the headquarters and pulled out the white rhinoceros beast carriage. This beast carriage was obtained in South Sky City. For ordinary people, it was a high-class and elegant carriage, but for Yingying's current status and wealth, it did not match. After Chu Tian raided the three big families, he found many very luxurious beast carriages. One of them was the gold-plated jade, hoofed deer carriage that he found in the Luo family, and he gave it to his sister, Meng Qingwu, the gold-plated jade-hoofed deer, was a rare level 2 magical beast. It had the ability to predict danger, and it could also release a protective barrier to protect its owner. It was very beautiful, and it was definitely the nemesis of women. It was said that it was worth 20 million gold coins. Even with Meng Qingwu's steady personality, she was pleasantly surprised and delighted. Chu Tian found a beast carriage from the Chu family and gave it to Meng Yingying. Meng Yingying had locked it up in the beast pen and didn't use it much. Meng Yingying was a very nostalgic person. After using the white rhinoceros beast carriage for a long time, there would be feelings because this was the first carriage she had. Miracle commerce had developed and made money, but they couldn't be too extravagant. Yingying decided to sell the new carriage at the auction and use the money to buy a canned food factory for Miracle Commerce. This could be considered a small congratulations to the company. On the east side of the city, near the eastern mountain forest, there were many factories here, mainly producing ores, wood, herbs, and leather. The leather factory that Chu Tian was in was the largest one in the area. Every day, large amounts of demon beast leather would be sent in to be processed, so there was always an unpleasant fishy smell in the air. Yingying, I'm here. Meng Yingying had just tied up the white rhinoceros beast carriage when Chu Tian walked out with a dirty body. His delicate white cheeks were covered in dirt, and he was holding a few tools. He waved his hands and shouted at her, "What are you doing here?" Meng Yingying had already thought of her lines on the way here. She was prepared to become the messenger of justice and righteously scold Chu Tian for his lazy actions. "Do you know? Don't say this much." Chu Tian came up and pulled Yingying inside. "I made something good to give you a surprise." Meng Yingying was instantly pulled in front of a giant object. This was a giant balloon-like object, but it was made of leather. It was oval-shaped, and there was a large basket attached to it. What kind of strange thing was this? "Don't ask too much." Chu Tian pulled Yingying over without saying anything. "Quickly sit." There were 2 seats in the large basket hanging from the bottom of the oval leather bag. There was also a table that could fit 5 people. There was a little white fox sitting on the table right now, holding a cup of fragrant tea. Its eyes were narrowed as it tasted it. "Sit tight. Let's go." "Go. What go?" Meng Yingying did not have time to ask questions. Chu Tian directly activated a source energy battery. Inside the oval leather bag, several source energy arrays appeared and released a burning hot energy. This large balloon shook a few times before slowly rising into the sky. "Wah, wah, wah, wah. It's flying, it's flying." Meng Yingying excitedly shouted in surprise. The big airbag carried the 2 of them at a slow and steady speed, gradually lifting them into the air. Chu Tian controlled the source energy battery's energy output to control the speed and height. The entire process was done manually. Finally, the huge oval leather bag stopped at a height of about 200 meters. "This is too mysterious. We can actually use this thing to stop at such a high place." Meng Yingying looked around in disbelief. "Wah, the people in the factory have become so small, like ants. The houses are like matchboxes." "I didn't lie to you." Chu Tian laughed. "How is this little airship? How on earth does it fly?" "Actually, it's not hard at all. This small airship is very simple. As long as we have enough time, we can make something that can fly, run, or swim." Chu Tian opened the seat and magically took out several hot dishes, as well as a jade pot filled with wine. "We've been busy for a long time. It's time to enjoy life. These are all ingredients and demon beast meat. The wine is not simple. I used 10,000-year-old spiritual honey and water of life to make this golden honey wine. It's sweet and delicious with an endless aftertaste." Chu Tian raised the jade pot and poured the golden wine into the cup. He was very gentlemanly. "Please." The little fox swallowed its saliva on the side. It quickly drank the tea in its cup. Then it held the cup with both hands and came over with a face of hope. Chu Tian did not hold back. "There's no part for you." The little fox loudly protested. "How can you bully the little fox? Come, I'll give it to you." Meng Yingying poured half of the honey wine for the little fox before taking a small sip. She felt all the pores on her body open up as spiritual energy soaked her internal organs. "It's really delicious." The little fox also took a small sip. It smacked its lips, looking like it had an endless aftertaste. Nonsense. 10,000-year-old spiritual honey was a half-step sacred grade material. The price of this cup of wine would be several tens of millions. It couldn't be bought in a place like Central State, even if one had money. Why didn't elder sister Chen come? She is a cultivation maniac. Not long ago she broke through to the 9th awakened soul layer, and now she wants to reach the peak 9th awakened soul layer. So she went into closed-door cultivation. So it's like this. Elder sister Chen really works too hard. Meng Yingying did not know that Chen Bingyu had been sent away by Chu Tian. It wasn't easy for Chu Tian to have time to pick up girls. He couldn't just leave a cold light bulb by his side. Although Chen Bingyu was also a beauty, picking up another beauty in front of another beauty was weird no matter how he thought about it. "Let's go. I'll bring you on a day tour of Central State today." Meng Yingying had already completely forgotten why she was looking for Chu Tian. She only saw Chu Tian fiddling with a rudder-like tool, and the large motorboat spat out a strong gust of air. It immediately tilted slightly and changed directions. It immediately sped up and headed towards Central State City. A giant, unidentified flying object appeared in Central State City's sky. Of course, everyone was shocked. "Wah! What is that?" The Central State citizens all looked up. This giant leather bag had the words "Miracle Commerce" written on it in a flamboyant style. God, this must be the masterpiece of Miracle Commerce. Miracle Commerce has invented something that can fly in the sky. This is too grand. How much is this? I want to buy it. I want to buy it. Countless citizens looked up at the airship slowly flying over the city. Each person's eyes revealed a look of worship. Miracle Commerce was truly Miracle Commerce. If they didn't create a miracle every few days, they would feel uncomfortable. Looking at a Central State City from the sky, it really does give people a normal feeling. Meng Yingying's cheeks turned red from excitement. "But Chu Tian, aren't we a bit too high profile?" "What does this count as?" Chu Tian revealed a fearless appearance. "In Central State, we're the bosses, and even the king can't control us, right? We'll be low profile when we need to be low profile, but now that we can be high profile, we can't hide it." What he said was reasonable. "I'll let you see what is called being high profile." Chu Tian took out a large speaker from the limitless gourd and shouted towards the city below. "Hello, everyone. I'm Chu Tian." The sea of people surged as waves of cheers came from them. The first source energy airship invented by Miracle Commerce is now flying. It doesn't have a woman yet, so I want to name it Yingying. What do you think? All right. The entire city erupted in a tsunami of cheers. Meng Yingying's face instantly turned red. "Hey, how could there be such a name? Everyone, tell me, am I a genius? Yes. Am I handsome or not? Handsome? Is Yingying beautiful? Beautiful?" Chu Tian really didn't know what shame was. The airship circled above Central State City, and he even interacted with the citizens. Meng Yingying almost spat out blood. The citizens still gave him face. Everyone seemed to be very happy. Chu Tian was the #1 person in Central State, but he didn't put on any airs. Although his skin was thick, he was very close to the people. Together, countless young men and women began to cheer. Meng Yingying's face was about to burn. She was happy, moved, happy, but she was even more ashamed. I can't take it anymore. It's fine if this fellow doesn't care about face, but he actually dragged me to lose face. No. Meng Yingying stole Chu Tian's loudspeaker. Everyone, don't listen to his nonsense. Meng Yingying's panicked voice came from below. Hello, everyone. I'm Meng Yingying. We are doing a flight test. The airship is Miracle Commerce's new invention. I ask everyone to pay attention. Everyone broke out in laughter. It was new and interesting. It wasn't that the continent didn't have air transportation, but they usually used flying demon beasts. However, flying demon beasts were too expensive, and normal people couldn't afford them. This airship didn't seem to be expensive, so it should be a very practical tool. I'm tired of playing here. Let's fly a bit further. Chu Tian said to Meng Yingying, you can say goodbye to the young miss and the others. All right. Meng Yingying raised the loudspeaker's volume to the max. Elder sister, we'll be going out for a while. You don't need to worry. Meng Qingwu looked up at the sky, watching the airship slowly leave. She revealed a helpless and bitter smile. This thing is too fun. Meng Yingying volunteered. I want to pilot the Yingying airship. Can you do it? Nonsense. Of course I can. Meng Yingying stole it and said, this is the Yingying airship. Since you named it after me, then I should personally pilot it. Move aside. Meng Yingying grabbed the controls and suddenly turned. The airship tilted. The little fox that was secretly drinking Chu Tian's golden honey wine was caught off guard and was thrown outside. It quickly teleported back into the basket and unhappily called out a few times, spilling its wine. The airship swayed in the sky. What is going on? Meng Yingying cried out in panic. Why can't I control it? Then, Chu Tian reached out with his two hands and went around Meng Yingying's body. He grabbed Meng Yingying's two snow-white hands and helped stabilize the controls. You're moving too much. We need to do it bit by bit. That's right, just like this. Chu Tian's large hand was placed over Meng Yingying's small hand. Their current position was like Chu Tian was holding Meng Yingying in his embrace from behind. This is bad. This fellow is taking advantage of me again. Meng Yingying's ears turned red, and her heart was in a mess. She was very uneasy, but she did not have any thoughts of resisting. This is too embarrassing. Let's pretend nothing happened. Chu Tian looked at the red-faced girl in his embrace and secretly laughed in his heart. This girl still had a child's heart, and there weren't many pure people like her. Growing up with Chu Tian, she could live for a very, very long time. He hoped that no matter if it was 100 years or 1,000 years, she could maintain this simple personality, and Chu Tian would always protect her. Let's go. The Yingying airship was completely stabilized. Heading towards the bright sunlight, it gradually flew away. Chapter 242. Chu Tian's shoulders were not wide, but they were very warm, giving people a sense of security. After Meng Yingying got used to it, she didn't feel shy anymore. Where are we going now? Just casually stroll around. All right. The two of them rode the airship out of the city and first circled around the factories on the outskirts. Looking down from above, a large industrial area appeared in front of them. I can see the canned food factory. Meng Yingying pointed down in pleasant surprise. That was the canned food factory that Meng Yingying had invested a lot of effort into. Most of the canned food factories in Central State City were already in operation. Large amounts of fresh food came from the nearby farms and was sent in carriages to the canned food factories. There were thousands of workers working busily. After large amounts of canned food were produced, they were all stored in Miracle Commerce's canned food warehouse. There were several warehouses that were already full, but with the canned food sales rate, if they really sold it, this bit of storage didn't count for anything. Meng Yingying was very proud of this. because inventing canned food was her greatest contribution to miracle commerce. Meng Yingying hoped that her canned food could be sold to the entire country, even to other countries and races. The airship continued to move forward, and more factories appeared in front of them. Some of these factories were opened by miracle commerce, and some were created by large families and miracle commerce. In short, around half of Central State City's resources were used by miracle commerce. It was estimated that there would be around 500,000 people working for miracle commerce in the future. Miracle Commerce's ability to make money was very strong, so they treated their employees very well. Because of Miracle Commerce's appearance, the entire Central State City's economy would explode by several times. Miracle Commerce could develop to this point. It was truly incredible. The airship arrived at the port, and the docks were very busy. There were thousands of workers moving goods, and from the sky, they could see large amounts of fresh wood being sent here. This was because Miracle Commerce wanted to repair the docks, and at the same time, they wanted to add several docks and cargo docks. There were several dozen large ships that were like children's toys as they floated across the blue lake. Each ship had the giant shark gang's flag on it, and they were currently being repaired to become Miracle Commerce's cargo ships. Because they had obtained several funds and large amounts of resources, the giant shark gang's development was very fast. At present, dedicated docks and docks have been built in several states, opening the road to expansion on water. In just a few short months, we've gone from a small company in Tiannan City to a super company with the largest resources in the central state. When Meng Yingying saw all of this, she felt very proud. Now the entire Zhongzhou is our territory. Are you satisfied just like that? Chu Tian shook his head at the unambitious Yingying. Central State is too small, the southern summer country is too small, even the continent is too small. This is just the beginning. That was right. The road ahead was long. Because of this, it made people look forward to it even more. How about we go back to South Sky City to take a look? Chu Tian made a suggestion. I just heard that South Sky City has discovered an ultra-wave crystal mine. We can also go take a look. Sure. Meng Yingying nodded like a chick pecking rice. I've wanted to go back for a long time. The two of them left as soon as they said they would. They immediately drove the airship and headed straight for South Sky City from Central State. When they gradually entered the no man's area, under the blue sky, there was endless green grass. There was an endless wilderness that was as beautiful as jade. Rivers were like silver ribbons wrapped around the green grass. There were thousands of wild cows moving across the grass, and large groups of demon beasts playing on the ground. So high, go higher, go higher. Meng Yingying cried out like a child. The airship continued to rise higher. We're all above the white clouds. There are so many clouds, it's like cotton. A group of strange birds curiously gathered around, cautiously looking at the giant they had never seen before. This was an unprecedented experience for Meng Yingying. Can it go even higher? We can't right now. Chu Tian shook his head and said, We're already at our limit. If we go any higher, we'll encounter strong astral winds. Our airship is too simple. It can't resist the astral winds and will be torn apart. It doesn't matter. We can't experience all the fun things at once. Meng Yingying was not discouraged. How about we make an iron airship next time? We'll fly several tens of thousands of meters. This little girl, she dared to think of anything. She really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Chu Tian laughed. All right, we'll make an iron airship in the future. It would take at least 2 days to make a round trip to South Sky City. The airship's full speed was much faster than horses, so it only took them half a day to reach South Sky City. In a few months, South Sky City had changed a lot. The birthplace of miracle commerce, the first place to receive Miracle Commerce's benefits. This place had already turned into a modern city that was brightly lit. Almost every shop was filled with electric lights, and all kinds of Miracle Commerce products could be seen on the streets. No matter where one went, there were traces of Miracle Commerce. I can see where we used to live. Meng Yingying pointed in the direction of the city. It was the former Southern Cloud Commerce Mansion, the place where Yingying had lived for over 10 years. It had been destroyed by the Ye family, but Meng Qingwu had ordered people to rebuild it, making it look exactly the same as before. Looking at the backyard, she suddenly felt a bit emotional. This was where she had bought Chu Tian from the slave market and secretly brought him into her house. At that time, she never would have dreamed that her fate would change when Chu Tian stepped into her house. No one lived in the Meng family mansion, but it had become a historical place in South Sky City. When the airship slowly landed in the South Sky Square, the citizens of South Sky City cheered. Chu Tian had changed their lives, and Chu Tian was the pride of South Sky City. Miracle Commerce had become the largest power in Central State City. How could the citizens of South Sky City not be proud? Everyone, long time no see. As Meng Yingying walked through South Sky City, she saw many familiar faces. Everyone, Miracle Commerce has grown by leaps and bounds, becoming the largest company in Central State. The reason we can rise so quickly is largely because of the care of the citizens of South Sky City. Today, I announce that we will invest 30 million gold coins into South Sky City's Citizens Welfare Fund, improving South Sky City's infrastructure, helping South Sky City's poor citizens, and improving the lives of South Sky City's citizens. 30 million gold coins. Truly willful. Chu Tian's eyes did not even blink. He had actually spent an unimaginable amount of money. 20 million gold coins was nothing to Miracle Commerce, but it was completely different to South Sky City. This was a normal city. For a family like the Du family, their entire family's wealth was only a few hundred gold coins. For Miracle Commerce to throw 30 million gold coins, wouldn't everyone be stunned? The citizens of South Sky City cheered. South Sky City had a population of over 3 million. How many people could not even earn 10 gold coins in a year? Even if the 30 million gold coins were divided evenly, everyone would receive 10 gold coins. This was simply giving away money. The two of them went to visit the mayor. Nangongyi was in a good mood. Not only was he the mayor of South Sky City, he was also a partner of Miracle Commerce, mainly responsible for the expansion of Miracle Commerce. Everything that happened in Central State City, Nangongyi already knew about it. Now that Miracle Commerce was unrivaled in Central State, becoming a giant, he felt happy from the bottom of his heart. This is a little gift for you. Chu Tian gently patted the large gourd, and a pile of precious materials was released. There were several half-step saint grade materials and even a low-level sacred herb. Nangongyi couldn't help being stunned. Just the value of these herbs was already close to 100 million gold coins. This is too precious. I can't accept it. These were all obtained by the three great families. There are still many in Miracle Commerce's warehouse. There's no need to be polite, and take them. You father and daughter have helped me quite a bit. You lack resources in South Sky City. It will inevitably affect your cultivation, so you can treat this as a subsidy. With Chu Tian's wealth, how could he care about this little bit of things? Nangongyi also knew Chu Tian's character. Since it was Chu Tian's gift, he would gladly accept it. Among the explored and exploitable oil fields in Central State, South Sky City has the largest reserves. Energy is the foundation of Miracle Commerce's development, so we need to make South Sky City a source energy battery production base as soon as possible. Relax, the vice chairman has already told me that the oil fields have already been fully exploited, and it is estimated that we can produce millions of tons of crystal oil. Speaking up to this point, Nangongyi suddenly changed the topic. Also, I heard that the president is looking for a special type of crystal stone. Based on that, in the forest several dozen kilometers away, a crystal mine was discovered that had similar characteristics. That's why I came. Chu Tian laughed. Take out the sample for me to see. Nangongyi brought out the sample from the warehouse. This was a glowing crystal stone that looked like a crystal or jade. The light was gorgeous, and it would occasionally produce a strange image and release a strange energy fluctuation. Meng Yingying quickly came over and asked, "Is this an ultra-wave crystal?" "No." Chu Tian knit his brows. "This clearly isn't." Meng Yingying and Nangongyi both revealed looks of disappointment. Chu Tian said, "But is this a hidden image stone?" "Ah." Meng Yingying asked, "Is the hidden image stone useful?" "Of course. The hidden sound stone can store sound, and after processing it into a magnetic sound stone, it can be used to make communication devices and radios. This hidden image stone is the same as the hidden sound stone, but the things it can store are different. The hidden image stone has the ability to capture light, and if it is used correctly, it can create images." Meng Yingying did not understand. Simply put, this is a very cheap but easy-to-use recording material. You'll understand its uses later. Chu Tian did not think that he and Meng Yingying would have this kind of harvest on their trip to South Sky City. How is this a reserve? It's very rich, but the location is remote, so transporting it is not easy. Chu Tian pointed at the airship parked in South Sky City. Whether it's deep in the mountains or on a deserted island, with this thing, would transporting it be a problem? This airship can transport ore, so mining will be 10,000 times easier. Mine it in large quantities and send it to Central State. We have a great use for it. Yes, Nangongyi excitedly replied. The hidden image stone was not a spirit-attributed material. It was a light-attributed material and had a wide range of uses. Chu Tian originally wanted to find the ultra-wave crystal, but he did not find the ultra-wave crystal. Instead, he found the hidden image stone, so his trip to South Sky City was not in vain. On the second day, the two of them returned to Central State on the airship under the cheers of countless citizens. Meng Yingying was very satisfied with the airship's speed and performance. Once she returned, she clamored for Chu Tian to invest in a factory to make airships. There are still many aspects of this airship that need to be improved. Chu Tian revealed a faint smile. How about this? I'll have Meng Qingwu take out 100 million gold coins from the company as development and research funds to create a miracle source energy machinery chamber of commerce. I'll let you be the president and Tong Xiaoyu be the vice president. How about you two work together to improve it? Great. Meng Yingying was very idle, and she was very interested in things like airships, so she agreed without even thinking about it. There was a reason why Chu Tian put her in charge. Meng Yingying was not as meticulous as Meng Qingwu, but Meng Yingying's thoughts were very jumpy, and she could often come up with some unexpected ideas. Secondly, Meng Yingying could copy other people's source spirits. After copying Meng Qingwu's heavenly book source spirit, her learning ability would become very strong. There were many departments in the research institute, so he couldn't let Meng Qingwu handle everything. Meng Yingying was enough to help share a part of it. The Miracle Source Energy Machinery Chamber of Commerce seemed like it was created by Chu Tian, but it had a very big meaning. In the future, when Chu Tian wanted to produce something, he would need this department to do it. It was just that it didn't meet the requirements yet, so it was better to prepare for a rainy day. There's new information regarding the ultra-wave crystal. Meng Qingwu ran over to tell Chu Tian. We've obtained the latest information that there is a large crystal mine in Qing State. The characteristics match the ultra-wave crystal you described, so I think there's an 80 to 90% chance of success. Should we send someone to take a sample? Qing State. It's not far. Chu Tian rubbed his chin and said, "No need to send someone, I'll go myself." Chapter 243. The Four States Lake was the largest lake in southern summer. It was connected to Central State to the west, Thunder State to the north, Southern State to the south, and Qing State to the east. The entire lake covered an area of 400,000 square kilometers and was rich in aquatic products. There was no danger for 1,000 miles. Most of the rivers in southern Xia radiated from the Four States Lake, so the Four States Lake had a very important meaning to southern Xia. After Chu Tian subdued the giant shark gang, he placed the Four States Lake in his sphere of influence. This was tantamount to controlling the entire country's shipping network, which had a very important strategic meaning. It would provide a strong support for miracle commerce, and this advantage would become more and more obvious as miracle commerce and the giant shark gang developed. For example, if he personally went to Qing State, Chu Tian would not have to worry about his safety. There was no power that had more power than the giant shark gang, and miracle commerce was the giant shark gang's boss. So what did he have to worry about in his own territory? "Chairman," Old Fifth Yu walked into the cabin and said, "We'll reach Qing State in another 2 hours. Remember, I am not Chu Tian. I am currently using the name Yu Chang'e, the young chairman of a foreign company." Chu Tian was wearing a merchant's robe and had changed his appearance to make him look more mature. He was around 24 to 25 years old, and no one could see through his disguise. "You'll be building a dock in Qing State, but don't alert the enemy for now and avoid attracting unnecessary attention." "Yes," Old Fifth Yu respectfully said. "I'll remember." "All right, you can leave now." Chun Bingyu sat across from him. She was wearing a black dress with a black veil over her face. Although her appearance could not be seen, one could see her high peaks, round buttocks, and firm legs. All of these gave off an extraordinary aura. "Why are you using an alias again?" Chun Bingyu's cold voice was filled with confidence. "With my protection, no one will be able to harm you." This girl had already taken on the role of his bodyguard. Not bad, not bad. She really had awareness. Chu Tian was worried that a cold and arrogant person like Chun Bingyu would not be willing to be his bodyguard, but it seemed like he was worrying too much. "You clearly have a good face, not inferior to the young miss by much." Chu Tian's gaze swept over the perfect figure and finally landed on her face. He asked, "And why do you like to cover your face?" Chun Bingyu frowned. "Looks are useless. They only add to the troubles." Look at what this woman is saying. Was there any woman in this world who didn't like to be more beautiful? Only Chun Bingyu felt that beauty was a burden, other than cultivation. Did she not have the slightest desire for men and women? How could this be? Could it be that he was traumatized by his childhood and became like this? It's the same principle. Chu Tian grabbed a large gourd and poured a cup of honey wine for Chun Bingyu. "We are not going to Qing province to cause trouble, but to purchase a crystal mine. It's best not to drag this operation. Buy it, take it over, and leave immediately. There's no need to expose your identity. After all, there's still no movement from Royal City, so it's not suitable to leave the central province for a long time." As a young man with a sense of justice and a close friend of a young married woman, Chu Tian had the obligation to influence this woman and let her feel the warmth and love of the world. "Come, let's drink." Chu Tian raised his cup and gave Chun Bingyu a toast. Chun Bingyu was not greedy, but she liked the honey wine made by Chu Tian's gourd very much. The taste of this wine was secondary. The most important thing was that it had a high practical value. After all, it was made from 10,000-year-old spirit honey and 1,000-year-old yuan essence grass. Not only could it quickly recover spirit energy, it could also increase one's cultivation. "I feel that calling you by your name is too impolite, and calling you Aunt like Nangong Yun isn't suitable. After all, you don't look that much older." Chu Tian drank the wine. How about this? I'll call you Big Sister Bing from now on. Chun Bingyu's long eyelashes moved. Since you don't object, I'll take it as you agreeing. Chu Tian was a typical example of hitting a snake on a pole. He immediately moved closer and poured another cup for Chun Bingyu. Big Sister Bing, do you have something on your mind? No. Then why are you depressed all day? Chu Tian asked curiously. Your talent is not inferior to Chu Xinghe's. After all, compared to him, you are a rogue cultivator. Although you are a guest in the Nangong family, the resources you receive are very limited. Also, the cultivation techniques of the Nangong family are completely different from yours. Even so, you have your current cultivation at such a young age. It is not simple. Chun Bingyu's eyebrows creased. She did not hate Chu Tian and even respected him. However, she was not used to being so close to and was not used to being cared for. Do you have something on your mind? Chu Tian saw a trace of abnormality in Chun Bingyu's eyes. Everyone is weak. If you have any difficulties, I can help you solve them. Chun Bingyu looked at him. You can't help me. What a joke. Chu Tian was a bit unhappy. You aren't looking down on me, right? It's not that I, Chu Tian, am boasting, but even if you want a star, I have a way to get it. Her heart moved. After so many years, she had gradually given up. But Chu Tian's words lit a flame in her heart. If it was someone else who said this, she would definitely not care, but this person might be able to do it. He might really have a way to help me take revenge. Chun Bingyu revealed a trace of bitterness. Forget it. What do you mean forget it? Don't ask anymore. I don't want to say it. No problem, but I hope you can understand one thing. You have joined us, so you are one of us. Chu Tian could see that Chun Bingyu had something on her mind, but for some reason, she was not willing to reveal it. Chu Tian poured her another cup of wine. Miracle Commerce is your home. If there's anything, don't take it on yourself. The faint golden liquid in the jade cup reflected Chun Bingyu's complicated eyes. Chu Tian's sudden concern made her feel a myriad of emotions. She had been alone since she was young. Could she really integrate into this group? Old Fifth, you came in again. Sir Chairman, we've arrived at the docks. Qing State, just like its name, was a verdant state. Over 90% of the land was covered in forest, and the terrain was complex with high mountains and dense forests. However, Qing State was the state with the most resources out of the 8 states. Because Qing State was rich in resources and exported many kinds of resources, Qing State's docks were very prosperous. There was an endless flow of ships from the 8 states and even foreign countries. The Giant Shark Gang's advance team had secretly arrived in Qing State a week ago, preparing to build warehouses, docks, and docks. The news of the ultra-wave crystal in Qing State City was sent by this advance team to Central State. Have you contacted them? Chairman, please be assured, we have already contacted them. They will be here in the evening. Bring the map over first. The map of Qing State clearly showed the terrain of Qing State. Qing State was different from Central State. Central State was dominated by plains, and Qing State was dominated by mountains and forests. The most famous one was called the Green Dragon Ridge, commonly known as the Green Ridge. The Green Ridge was 5,300 kilometers long and cut through all of Qing State. It was known as the #1 mountain range in southern Xia. From the map of the Green Province, one could feel the majesty of the Green Ridge. It was like a dozen or so huge crouching dragons coiled around the earth, forcefully dividing the Green Province into 2. Even the word green in the name of the Green Province came from this mountain ridge. In the Green Ridge, there were incomparably rich mineral deposits, occupying over 80% of Qing State's resources. The Green Ridge was a natural barrier that separated the entire state. Western Qing State and Eastern Qing State were separated. So how could they cross the mountain range? Of course, there was a way. After a long period of exploration and development, the people of Qing State finally found 6 paths in the Green Ridge. These were the famous Green Ridge 6 paths. The 6 paths were not all the same. 5 of them were extremely narrow and winding. They needed to pass through many dangerous areas or pass through the territories of demon beasts. Many places were so narrow that only a single beast carriage could pass through. There was only one path called the Green Dragon Path. It was straight, wide, and stable. It was the official path of Qing State. The transportation of resources and the army all relied on this path. This Green Dragon Path was the bridge that connected western Qing State and eastern Qing State. Hundreds of mines and forests were distributed around the Green Dragon Path. This was also for the convenience of mining and transportation. The crystal mine that Chu Tian wanted to explore was also within the Green Dragon Path. Qing State's resources are at the top of the 8 states. This rumor is indeed true. Chu Tian carefully looked at the map and could not help but praise. Just this Green Ridge alone contains hundreds of minerals, thousands of precious herbs, and countless rare beasts. It is truly a good place. Qing State's geographical environment is complicated, so it is not very developed. The more it is like this, the more business opportunities there are for us. Why did Chu Tian want to develop the Chamber of Commerce? Wasn't it to build his own power and occupy resources? Qing State's resources were less than 5% of the total, but it was already this impressive. If miracle commerce expanded its influence here, Qing State would have the potential to become a large resource producer. Relying on the giant shark gang's advantage in the 4 states lake, miracle commerce's development would increase greatly. He's already here. Your Excellency is Chairman Yu Chang'e? A fat man with large ears was brought in. Seeing Chu Tian, he quickly came over to shake his hand and said with a smile, "Nice to meet you, nice to meet you." This humble servant, Shen Yuan, greets Chairman Yu. After saying this, he released his fat hand and looked at Chu Tian with a look of amazement. "I never thought that, Chairman, you would be able to do business in a foreign country at such a young age. This one really admires you." This damn fatty's attitude was a bit strange. Chairman Shun is too serious. Chu Tian went straight to the point and said, "I don't like to beat around the bush. You should know this already. I wonder if you brought the things I want." I can't forget. The fat man looked at the person behind him. "Immediately bring out your samples." The 2 of them placed a large box in the center. When the box was opened, it instantly sparkled with light, revealing a row of sparkling crystals. Chu Tian picked up a piece to look at. The ultra-wave crystal was very special, containing a strong radiation energy. It was very easy to recognize, and Chu Tian could tell with a single glance that it was what he wanted. Great, he finally found it. Chapter 244. The price of the ultra-wave crystal was very normal, mainly because the modern people had not discovered its main use yet, so it was a kind of unpopular material. However, it was this kind of material that had strategic importance to Chu Tian and miracle commerce. According to what Chu Tian knew, the ultra-wave crystal was very rare. Being able to find it in southern Xia was already lucky. If he missed this mine in Qing State, it would be hard to find it in a short period of time. He could only choose to buy it from other countries, but that would increase the cost and waste time. He had to obtain this mine. "This is the ore I want." After Chu Tian confirmed the ore, he asked the fatty in an unfathomable manner, "What price is Brother Shin prepared to sell it for?" Strange. No one bought this crystal mine. Although the reserves were large, the production was pitifully low. So why would a foreign merchant be interested in this? Or, "I won't beat around the bush with brother." The fatty blinked a few times. This mine is only for giving and not for sale. Only for giving and not for sale. What kind of logic was this? My family has been in business for 4 generations, so we have several high-quality mines in our hands. The fatty waved his hand. Come, bring out the samples, and let brother you take a look. A pile of small boxes was brought out. Shun Yuan's guards opened the boxes one by one, revealing different colored crystal ores in front of them. Chu Tian looked over them and saw that they were all very good crystal ores. There were several materials that were rare in southern Xia and had great value to miracle commerce. He was puzzled. He just wanted to buy the ultra-wave crystal mine. What was the meaning of this fatty listing all these things? It's like this. The fatty's small eyes blinked. These properties were all given to me by my dead father. Now that my father is dead, and I'm not good at doing business, I might as well sell them all. There are a total of 7 mines in the Qingling Mountains. If you can buy 2 at once, I'll give you the one you want for free. No wonder he was only giving it away and not selling it. This damn fatty was doing bundling marketing. The hyperwave crystal mine had a lot of reserves, but the market for this cheap crystal was very limited, so it wasn't worth much at all. At most, it was around 10 million gold coins. The other 6 mines were different. If you buy 2 or more ores at once, I will give you this crystal mine. The fatty continued. If you buy 3 seats, I'll give you a 10% discount. If you buy 4 seats, I'll give you a 20% discount. If you buy 5 seats, I'll give you a 30% discount. If you buy all of them, I'll give you a 40% discount. The more you buy, the better it will be. Such a good thing is hard to come by. Prodigal son. If this fatty's father knew about this, he would be so angry that he would crawl out of his grave. Chu Tian smiled. 50% off. All right. This Shun Yuan didn't even think about it. I'll sell the 6 mines to you at 50%, and I'll also give you the crystal mine you want. So, straightforward, this was not the way to squander. Chu Tian checked the sample carefully. There was no problem with the ore. The problem must be somewhere else. Someone, take out the information. The fatty's eyes flashed with a trace of joy, but he quickly hid it. He was afraid that Chu Tian would go back on his words. So a guard immediately handed over a scroll. This is the mine's exploration data. The reserves, quality, and all kinds of certificates are all here. This information is from the 3rd appraisal and has the Qing State City Lord's seal on it, so there is not a single bit of fake data. Brother you, please take a look. These were the examination reports and exploration reports of the 7 mines. Each one had a large Qing State City Lord's seal on it. This seal used a kind of source energy array to prevent counterfeiting, although it didn't count for much in Chu Tian's eyes. It was a very high-level counterfeiting technique in this era. Normal people couldn't imitate it, so of course they wouldn't dare. Shun Yuan was a local, so unless he didn't want to live, he wouldn't dare imitate the city lord's seal no matter what. From an impartial point of view, it couldn't be fake. Chu Tian was not a child after all, so he had to take a look at the situation. The report already lists the exact valuation. The fatty began to calculate. The total value of the mine is around 360 million gold coins. I'll give you a 50% discount of 180 million gold coins. What do you think of this price? Was this fatty really going to sell these high-quality resources? These were all high-quality resources that were normally hard to buy. Even if they were bought, the price would far exceed the estimated price. This fatty not only didn't offer a higher price, he was selling them at a 50% discount. This was a very unusual method. Strange. Too strange. Moreover, who would go to the city lord's palace to make a report and then bring it with them to sell to others? This was clearly not normal. This was like a family with too much property, so they couldn't wait to sell it off. I can use my life to guarantee it. When the fatty saw Chu Tian slightly knit his brows, he was worried that he would have some misgivings. He immediately emphasized, the mines are completely legal. The reserves and quality are not false. All right. Chu Tian nodded his head. Deal. There was no reason not to eat this meat that was delivered to his mouth. After we sign the contract and have it notarized, I'll first pay a third of the money. I'll personally inspect the mines tomorrow, and if there are no problems, I'll pay another third. As for the final third, it will have to wait until my people take over the company. All right. The two of them began to sign the contract. In the contract, Shun Yuan clearly promised that the mines were completely legal and the reserves were completely real. If there was a trace of falsehood, he would pay 10 times the price. Once the contract was signed, the transaction would take effect. From now on, both sides would have to follow the contract and not break it. Otherwise, they would have to pay several times the price. The fatty let out a sigh of relief. He laughed as he said to Chu Tian, "Congratulations to Brother Yu for obtaining a large amount of mines. I can also relax and finally get rid of my chores. I'll arrange for some guards to bring Brother Yu to the Green Dragon Trail to look at the mines." "You're not going?" I have several other transactions to discuss." The fatty's smile was a bit stiff. "Forgive me for not being able to accompany Brother Yu to look at the mines." "That's fine. Then I'll be leaving first." The fatty had sold the 6 mines for money. It was enough for him to spend the rest of his life in luxury, and he seemed to have gotten rid of a heavy burden. "Aren't you afraid he'll lie to you?" Chun Bingyu said to Chu Tian. "Your identity is a foreign merchant. I won't lie to him, and he wouldn't dare." Chu Tian rubbed his chin and thought for a few minutes before saying, "There shouldn't be any problems with the mines themselves, but there should be some trouble that prevents the mining from going smoothly, so it's become a hot potato. If the 6 mines can't produce normally, then the mines, refineries, and caravans will all be hard to operate. The daily consumption will be a large number, so he's in a hurry to sell them. Even if it's like this, why are you still buying them? As long as there are no problems with the mines, nothing else is a problem." Even if Chu Tian didn't buy the other 6 mines, he would still buy the ultra-wave crystal. In the end, he would still have to deal with the problem of production. Since he had to solve the problem, why not invest in a few mines? It had to be known that once the mines were operating normally, their value would increase by several times. Shun Yuan was very efficient in handling matters. He found a dozen guards and a beast carriage to carry Chu Tian in the direction of the Green Ridge. Chu Tian looked at the Green Ridge in the distance. There were countless peaks that pierced through the clouds, just like a barrier in front of him. It was vigorous and had a majestic aura, truly worthy of being the most dangerous mountain range in southern Xia. Especially after entering the Green Dragon Trail, there were steep cliffs on both sides. Even the light became much dimmer, just like a deep abyss that made people feel depressed. The Green Dragon Trail was the largest of the 6 paths. It was unknown what the other 5 paths were like. Chu Tian found a strange phenomenon. The Green Dragon Trail passed through many forest mines, but it was strangely quiet. It seemed like none of the mines were operating, and there were only a few people guarding them. This was very strange. Although Chu Tian was not a person from Qing State, he knew the contribution of the Green Ridge resource field to Qing State. It could be said that a single Qing State county's resource reserves occupied 50% of the 8 states, and the Green Ridge resource field occupied 80% of Qing State's resources. The Green Ridge resource field was Qing State's lifeline, and Qing State's main source of income came from exporting resources. If the Green Ridge resource field went on strike, it would be a fatal blow to Qing State. From the desolation of the Green Dragon Trail, it seemed like this strike had been going on for more than a day or 2. Chu Tian felt more and more strange. He tried to get some information from the guards. But these guards were very afraid of this, and were not willing to say much. "We've arrived at the mine." Letting the guards guard the outside, Chu Tian and Chun Bingyu entered the mine to carefully inspect it. They found that the quality of the ore was better than they had imagined, not to mention buying it at a 50% discount. Even if it was double the original price, it would still be profitable. Chu Tian inspected the mines, and the result was the same. There are no hidden dangers inside or outside of this mine, and even the mining equipment is ready-made. Chu Tian was very puzzled. As long as we have enough people, we can immediately start mining. So why are we selling it so cheaply? This doesn't make sense. Chen Bingyu had an expressionless face, as if she wasn't interested in this at all. Ji. The little fox suddenly stood up and cried out a few times in alarm. Chu Tian's heart slightly skipped a beat. Did you feel something? The little fox did not even have time to reply before the panicked shouts of the guards came. This is bad. There's a demon beast attack. Quickly run! Quickly run! The guards were in a panic as they drove the beast carriages to escape. The other guards were also in a panic as they abandoned their posts and wildly ran away like they had seen a ghost. It was already dusk at this time. Because the green dragon trail was long and narrow, there was no light shining in. Although the sun had not completely set, it was still as dark as night. Within the deep and quiet gorge, a large amount of dark green mist surged out from the black pressure, and it roiled and surged menacingly. It was simply like a tide that was madly pouring over. Chu Tian was stunned for a few seconds. This was a beast horde? Could it be a beast calamity? A beast calamity was a kind of natural disaster. It was a disaster caused by demon beasts, finally creating a large-scale beast horde. This kind of disaster was very destructive and could affect people's lives. A serious beast calamity could directly threaten a city or even a country.